Okay, Vice Chair Hedgepeth, can you hear me?
Patty, I look to be okay.
And Board Member Sharon, I can hear you and see you clearly.
Great.
Cool. And Vice Chair Hedgepeth, can you hear me?
I can. I just unmuted. Can you hear me?
I can hear you clear. Thank you.
Great.
Vice Chair Hedgepeth, can you do a video check for us? Make sure, so we can make sure you're showing up on video. Vice Chair Hedgepeth, if you can
Yes.
hear, oh, there you are.
Okay.
Okay,
Go ahead.
I'm not seeing you on video.
Hey, hang on a minute.
Okay.
Hang on.
Oh, there you are. Okay, great. Thank you.
Sorry about that.
And Chair Kincaid, we're ready when you are.
Fantastic. Let's roll. Okay. Good afternoon and welcome, everybody. I'd like to call to order the City of Santa Rosa Design Review Board regular meeting agendized for today, January 21st, 2021 at 4:30. Happy New Year, everyone. This is our first meeting in 2021, so welcome. Before we get into the agenda, we have our broken record comments of COVID and why we're here in this format. So bear with me. Due to the provisions of the Governor's Executive Order N25-20 and N-29-20, which suspends certain requirements of the Brown Act and the order of the health officer of the County of Sonoma to shelter in place to minimize the spread of COVID-19, the Design Review Board will be participating via Zoom webinar. Members of the public have had several options to provide public comment ahead of the meeting. They will have options to provide public comment during the meeting, and this can be viewed on multiple channels, both via web and TV cable. With that, Patty, if I could have a roll call, please.
Okay, let the record reflect that all board members are present except for board member Wicks.
Thank you, Patty. And we are expecting board member Wicks to join us at some point in time, so we'll announce that if he does pop in. Okay, item number 2 on the agenda is approval of the minutes. Item 2.1, we have the draft minutes from November 19th, 2020. Any design review board members have anything to change from those minutes? Okay, seeing none, we will go ahead and record those minutes as written. And I see board member Wicks has joined us. Welcome, board member Wicks. We are on item 3, which is public comment. Before we get into public comment for general public comment, I'm going to go ahead and skip to item number 4 and read board business. Statement of purpose for the Design Review Board can be found in Zoning Code Chapter 20-52.030F, Project Review. The review authority shall consider the location, design, site plan configuration, and the overall effect of the proposed project upon surrounding properties and the city in general. The review shall be conducted by comparing the proposed project to the general plan, any applicable specific plan, applicable zoning code standards and requirements, consistency of the project within the city's design guidelines, architectural criteria for special areas, and other applicable city requirements, i.e. city policy statements and development plans. So with that being our purview, I will move back to public comment, item number 3. This would be for public comment general to the board. Items that are before us this afternoon will be heard, public comment will be heard with those items. So this would just be general public comment. Any members of the public wishing to speak will have 3 minutes.
Chair Kincaid, so far, I'm not seeing any raised hands, and I did not receive any voicemail comments on my desk phone.
Okay.
Oh, wait, one hand just went up. So we have Mary Creeder, and Mary, you are unmuted so that you can speak. Hi, Ms. Creeder, if you can hear us, you are unmuted so that you could do if you can unmute yourself, there you go.
Yeah. My name's Mary Kreider, and this is the first time I've been in front of you guys, and I was wondering who you actually report to, whether you report to the city, the county, and sort of your process.
Interim Deputy Director Rose, you want to take that one since we do have public comment?
Sure, Chair Kincaid, I'd be happy to do that. This is Bill Rose, Interim Deputy Director of Planning. And so this is a city board. It's a 7-member board. We have 6 members tonight present. That is a quorum. And this board is appointed by the City Council and reviews projects related to design. So this board is charged with ensuring that development projects are consistent with the city's general plan, the city's zoning code, the city's design guidelines, and a number of other regulatory documents. So that's the purview of the board, and it is for projects within the city of Santa Rosa city limits.
Okay, thank you very much.
And thank you for your time. We've seen any other hands raised?
Chair Kincaid, I don't see any other raised hands at this time.
Okay. We'll go ahead and close the public comment period for general public comment. As mentioned, each item will have its own comment period within the meeting. Okay, having already read the statement of purpose, we'll go ahead and move on to board member reports. Are there any board members wishing to make any reports? Okay, seeing none, we will move on to department reports. Are there any department reports? Interim Director Rose.
Yeah, nothing in particular to report. I just wanted to mention one thing. We have a few more items on the agenda tonight than we've had, I think, for a while. And with that in mind, I'm going to ask the planners to be really as efficient as possible with their presentations. And I'm hopeful that the board can also be mindful of just the agenda itself, but also once we go past our normal work day, we've got a number of staff on overtime. So we're always keeping an eye on our budget. So if you hear a comment that somebody has said that you support, you can just simply say that you support it. And hopefully we can get through this in a efficient manner tonight. So that's all.
Thank you, Mr. Rose. In that same effort, when we take public comment under each item, I'm just going to thank the folks that are making public comment for their time, energy, and effort ahead of the public comment instead of at each individual comment period. So item number 7, statements of abstention by board members. Do we have any board members needing to abstain from items under number 8? 1, 2, and 3.
Hi there, this is board member Cordenbrock. I have to abstain from 8.2, just involvement with the design firm.
Great, thank you. Any other members needing to abstain? Okay, moving on to our scheduled items. Item number 8.1 is a public hearing of an exempt project design review major Avenue 320 apartments at 320 College Avenue and 320 Lincoln Street, file number DR19-045. Before I hand it over to Planner Ross for staff presentation, I'd like to take any ex parte communications from the board members. I will start. I walked the site and the neighborhood with 3 neighborhood residents. One of the residents provided me a packet with drawings that were published in our packets, along with a St. Rose District newsletter, which described the neighborhood. Spent about 30 minutes with them walking around the district. Any other ex parte communication disclosures? Board Member Wagle.
I also met with 3 members of the neighborhood and walked around the neighborhood. I did not take any packets provided to me from them because I had it all on my iPad, my city iPad here. And I walked around the neighborhood for 30 to 45 minutes with them as well.
Thank you, Board Member Wagle. Board Member Cordenbrock.
Sure. So I had I met on site with 2 community members, received some packet of materials, and we kind of walked around the site, some of the neighboring properties, as well as kind of the neighborhood to look at some comparable scale and size projects. So.
Thank you. Any other ex parte communications? Board Member Sharon?
I did not go on a site walk with any of the members. I did not have a chance before our meeting time. But I did respond to emails that I received from community members and exchange a few emails in return.
Thank you. Vice Chair Hedgepeth.
Yes, I did respond to some emails. I was not able to connect on a formal site walk with parties that be, but I went to the site, spoke to neighbors. One was Leslie Graves, and walked the area myself and met with some neighbors. So that was on a less formal basis, but very much combed the neighborhood live to review things.
Great, thank you. Okay,
I forgot I did a couple of emails too. Just responded to emails. I forgot that part.
Much appreciated.
Same here, Board Member Gordon Rock. Same with the emails. Thanks.
Thank you.
And while I didn't walk with any community members, I had visited the site before.
Thank you. Board Member Wicks, you're the only one who hasn't had any. You're good? Okay. Okay, so moving on with item number 8.1, I will go ahead and turn it over to Planner Adam Ross for a staff presentation.
Thank you, Chair Kincaid, members of the Design Review Board. I need some okay, there we are. Let me sorry, having a little technical difficulties. There we go. Okay, sorry about that. My name is Adam Ross, Interim Senior Planner with the City of Santa Rosa. I'm going to go ahead and share my screen, turn off my video, and then I'll turn my video back on after the presentation to answer any questions. Okay, do you see that? Okay, great. Well, thank you again. Again, I'm Adam Ross, the project planner for this particular project. It's Avenue 320 Apartments, file number DR19-045, located at 320 College Avenue. And there we go. Okay. So the project involves 39 market rate units, which is 1.5% of the RHNA Regional Housing Needs Assessment and Housing Action Plan goal for the site, for the city. The project includes 39 units in multi-family units, 100% market rate, adaptive reuse for new construction, which it's adaptive reuse of an existing office building and new construction of a 4-unit building, or 4-story building. Sorry, I'm getting a lot of background noise here. So the site is 0.63 acres. It is an infill site. It's located within the downtown stationary specific plan boundary, which was recently adopted by the city and into effect on January 1st of this year. It is also partially located within the St. Rose Preservation District. The unit breakdown includes 7 studios, 15 1-bedrooms, and 17 2-bedrooms. It's located in the northeast quadrant of the city off College Avenue and off of Lincoln Street as well. Here's a neighborhood context map, which kind of shows the surrounding neighborhood associations, which may also represent historic districts such as the St. Rose Preservation District, the West End Preservation District, the Cherry Street Historic Preservation District as well. Some of the project history includes a concept meeting. The item was seen by the Cultural Heritage Board as a concept item. It also received a neighborhood meeting in May of 2019. It was submitted in 2019 to Planning and Economic Development staff and has since then received issues and revisions to the project and resubmitted to staff. Some of the comments from the Cultural Heritage Board meeting were consider stepping back the 3rd and 4th story elements of the proposed new building, include context of the neighborhood in the submittal, identify materials such as used for siding, lighting, and windows and doors, and consider taking minimal elements to incorporate into the design. The general plan and zoning for the site is neighborhood mixed use within the downtown station area overlay district, also the historic overlay district due to the site's partial location within the St. Rose Preservation District. New zoning districts such as the neighborhood mixed use, maker mixed use, core mixed use receive an FAR, which is floor area ratio. And this particular site, along with those near the site, as you can see, receive an FAR of 4. Overall, the site complies with development standards for the zoning district. And I'll get into some more design guidelines. But there are differences when it's in a historic preservation district. So buildings over 2 stories or 35 feet in height are permissible, provided that the review authority finds that the increased height does not detract from the character of the preservation district or adjacent contributing properties. And the review authority can also condition the project as they see fit to help with that finding. There was some communication, some correspondence between staff and the board prior to this public hearing tonight, which indicated that these 2 findings were specific to the Cultural Heritage Board. However, that information was incorrect. This also applies to the Design Review Board's purview tonight and has been added to the resolution. And at the end of this, I'll remind the board so that I can read those changes of the resolution into the public record. But again, it is, the height is allowed provided that it's approved by the review authority, which is the Design Review Board and the Cultural Heritage Board in this case. The existing office building is approximately 36 feet with the new proposed building between 43 and 46 feet in height. There are step backs as part of that new building on the 3rd and 4th floor as well. Here's an aerial image for your consideration as it currently stands. You see the office building facing College Avenue, and here's Lincoln Street. Right now there's just an existing parking lot. Here's a more of a southern look to the site from Lincoln Street. Here's that parking lot and the existing office building. Here's the proposed site plan. As you can see, there is it is a through lot with access between Lincoln Street and College Avenue through the existing office building. This condition is existing as it is, so they would utilize that same access. There is a second access off College Avenue, which only allows access within the office building for parking and access to the other stories of the building. Here's building B, which is the new building. which is 4 stories with a step back at the 3rd and 4th story portions of the building, and an internal courtyard between the existing residence and the existing office building for residents' future use. The proposal would generate 14 a.m. and 17 p.m. peak hour trips. And overall, the project would result in 9 fewer a.m. peak hour and 5 fewer p.m. peak hour trips than the existing office. This image is that calculation, which is on the focus traffic study provided as part of the agenda packet. Under the new downtown station area specific plan zoning code, there's no minimum parking requirement. But with that, there's 40 spaces provided on this site. So again, there's no parking requirement for projects within the downtown station area specific plan. This project is providing 40 spaces. Under the previous code, 59 spaces would have been required. However, W-Trans in that focused traffic study, as part of the agenda packet, goes over some of the operational standards for parking of this site, which it indicated 50 spaces was the demand based on ITE rates. There is also a 2-hour resident parking zone within the St. Rose Preservation District off Lincoln Avenue between 9 a.m. and 8 p.m. That's a 2-hour zone. There is the future residents could apply for a permit there if needed. And then the peak demand, that resident parking zone is not during when the project would have its peak demand, which is between 10 p.m. and 6 a.m. Daily, or during the weekdays and at night, or weekdays and weekends. Here's the existing elevations of the office building for your consideration. I'll hold it here for a couple seconds and then move on to the next slide. So here's the proposed elevations for the existing office space. As you can see, there are some design changes to siding and material, some siding and some materials, as well as windows. Here are the proposed elevations for the new 4-story building. On the east side, you can see, which faces the drive aisle of the site, which faces the existing home residence. I apologize for that. The east side faces the existing residence. You can see here there's a step back of the 3rd and 4th stories facing Lincoln Street. This is the Lincoln Street side. This side faces the courtyard. You see use of breaking up different dimensions, which kind of breaks up the massing of the site as well. Here's the front of the building that would face Lincoln Street. There's a main entrance in that building. And here's the elevation facing the existing office building. Here's the landscape plan. There's an existing heritage tree, that live oak heritage tree that is to remain and be a part of the courtyard for residents. Some of the design guidelines that were reviewed were highlighted during the review of this project, which is improving the setback of residential street frontages. The surrounding buildings establish the context for the design of the new buildings. There is a historic district report as it relates to the new building as part of the agenda packet, which details how the project is compliant with the existing neighborhood. And the building facades should be constructed of high quality and durable materials. The upper story step backs do include balconies and terraces. And the parking areas are mostly hidden. There are 3 open uncovered spaces on the site plan facing Lincoln, which does comply with the required 15-foot setback for those parking spaces from the back of sidewalk. Here are some 3D renderings for your consideration. So here's the existing office building and the proposed building as it relates to its placement within the existing street. Here's one facing the other direction. Some of the public comments for this project were in regards to traffic, parking, density. These are all concerns I should clarify for traffic, parking, density, height, shading to the neighboring residences, massing of the new building, and impact to the St. Rose Preservation District. I want to specify that there were no objections or concerns with the adaptive reuse of the office building. This applies to the proposed new building. Again, I'll just highlight that in response to some of these, I'll highlight that the focused traffic study indicated that it would generate 14 a.m. and 17 p.m. peak hour trips, which is well below the 50 peak hour trip threshold to trigger a traffic impact study. The new use would result in 9 fewer a.m. peak hour and 5 p.m. peak hour trips than the existing office use. The parking required is 0, and the parking provided is 40 parking spaces. The FAR for this site is, the allowable FAR for this site is 4. This project's FAR comes in at 1.31. And the height is permissible if the review authority determines that the increased height is appropriate for the district. And this site will also be reviewed by the Cultural Heritage Board after the Design Review Board. On-site public improvements and on-site improvements, the existing street widths are to remain. Any deficient existing sidewalk that needs to be repaired will be included as part of this project, pursuant to the city engineer's direction during the engineering and building permits later, the public improvement permits for this site. The environmental review, the Avenue 320 Apartments project has been reviewed in compliance with CEQA, the California Environmental Quality Act. It's exempt pursuant to CEQA guidelines section 15182 B and C, which are projects pursuant to a specific plan, as well as a class 32 exemption, which is an infill exemption. These are the findings for the infill exemption, which is consistency with the general plan, having a site within city limits less than 5 acres. There's no value as habitat, and the project would not result in any significant effects relating to traffic, noise, air quality, or water quality. And the site can adequately be served by all required utilities and public services. The planning, and with that, the Planning and Economic Development Department recommends that the Design Review Board approve by resolution the design review for the Avenue 320 Apartments, a 39-unit multifamily market rate housing development utilizing adaptive reuse of an existing office building into 20 residential units, and the development of a new 19-unit, 4-story multifamily building on a through lot within the downtown station area, specific plan boundary, and partially within the St. Rose Preservation District. In addition to that, I'm here to answer any questions. The applicant has a presentation, is here. I also wanted to remind the board that I could read into record when you deem appropriate the changes to the resolution based on your preference of when that happens. Thank you.
Thank you, Senior Planner Ross, for the presentation. At this time, we'll go ahead and take board member questions for staff. Let's start with board member Cordenbrock.
Thanks. I don't have many, but one in particular. Now that I guess the resolution has been updated and DRB is considered a review authority, what happens in the case of I guess different findings, DRB versus CHB? or combat or I don't know what the word is right now, but
conflicting.
Yes,
I think is what you want to use.
Yes, I've got severe baby brain. Conflicting. Thank you, Drew.
I'm sorry. So can you repeat that one more time for me?
Sure. What if the findings are conflicting between DRB and CHB? This is, going to come up in terms of maybe of the height and things like that. Now that we are considered to be part of that review authority, to be one of the review authority.
Well, the increased height is the same two findings that was shown in the presentation between the DRB and the CHB. Other than that, all the findings are the DRB's regular findings, which do cover a lot of what the CHB finds. You also have the same information as the CHB will have, provided that they will also get your decision on this project. But other than that, I don't know if there's any particular conflict of those findings. So I'm not
I
sure.
think what Brett, if I may, I think what Brett's trying to ask is if DRB says 45 feet's cool and Cultural Heritage Board says, no, you can't go over 35 feet, how does that get reconciled?
Well, both approvals are of that increased height in the Historic Preservation District are required. So if the CHB, if the Design Review Board says yes, and we can make those two findings, but the CHB says we cannot make those two findings, then it would be as if just as if there was no DRB approval for a project, that it would go through the regular channels, whether that be appeal. I think we could ask at times for a continuance so the applicant can redesign, or it's a denial and then appealed to a city council. Vice versa, you could choose to deny the increased height and the CHB choose to approve the height. So, but in short, both boards have to make those two findings for the increased height above 2 stories or 35 feet.
Got it. Thank you, and thanks, Drew.
Board Member Sharon.
Just had a quick follow up to that because that was pursuant to the question I had as well, and I think that we're thinking about this in terms of one of our most recent meetings. Why was this meeting and this determination to not be a joint meeting? Kind of thinking about the issue that we ran into last time with the B Street project. That kind of, we spent a whole bunch of time and now we're splitting into two meetings.
Yeah, so great question. It's part of the new zoning code amendments, which are now in effect as of January 1. It's kind of like there's no perfect answer to any solution, but this method has been reviewed and studied as to the solution to providing better service to applicants in the neighborhood, as well as being able to have a quorum for each time as well. So yeah, I do understand the question, and I hope that answered it. And if not, please let me know if I need to clarify anything further.
No, that definitely helps, and I think that went to some of the discussion we were having at that previous meeting about this, and knowing that the rules were going to be changing, and so this is now this will be the new paradigm. We're not going to have the joint meetings, at least for.
So moving forward, projects like this would receive a joint concept meeting, and then the formal review for each board would be individual.
Okay, yeah, that covers me, and that covers my questions, Chair Kincaid.
Thank you. Board Member Wicks, questions for staff?
A couple of quick ones, Ross. You keep referring to this as a through lot. So the parcel is contiguous with College and Lincoln Street, or abuts those two streets. Do you have any history on was there a house where there's a parking lot now on the Lincoln Street address? And how did the zoning change from its neighbors to the east and the west of the site?
So I don't know how the zoning changed from the east to the west. I believe there was a house at one point on the side, on the Lincoln Street side. But maybe the applicants, later on the applicants, team, Mark Perry, would be able to answer that for you specifically.
Yeah, and Mark, if you're listening, I'd like to know some of that history, and I'd also like to know the neighboring properties that are zoned R16, I believe, to the east and the west. I believe from the applicants' maps they drew, none of those houses are contributors to, or considered, the houses that are on them are considered non-contributors. Would it be possible for somebody to assemble 2 or 3 of those lots and do a similar development to what's being proposed to us tonight? That might be more of a rhetorical question, but I also I'd like the applicant to kind of address concept and what future development might look like around this project.
I think that's a good question.
That's it. Thanks.
Thank you. Board Member Weigel.
So I have a process question because I was thinking about this the other day. Just given the large amount of public comment that we had received ahead of this project, I just want to review our actions, I guess. So typically for a project, we would do our motion to pass, but we also can make a motion to deny, correct? And we can make a motion to continue. Are those the only 3 actions that I'm thinking of, or is there a 4th one? I just want to make sure I had all the pieces of the puzzle in my head.
Correct. Approve, deny, continue would be the 3 actions. Okay,
perfect. Yeah, I just want to make sure because again, it's been a long time since we've done anything other than approve. So I just want to, just since there was so much public comment, I wanted to make sure I had all of our options available in my brain. Thanks.
Okay, and also in response to Board Member Wicks's question, if it's possible to assemble a couple other non-contributing parcels and develop that, it is possible. And I believe that is how the current parcel was created, was through the assemblage of existing parcels and rezoning.
Thank you. Vice Chair Hedgepeth, questions?
Yes, thank you. Adam, one of the questions I had was, there's a carry through here. Originally, there was no St. Rose district. It was formed. The existing building was built previous to that. St. Rose was enacted. Then as the downtown station area plan evolved and grew, the egg hatched on the neighborhood mixed use. And that came into our purview Jan 1 as a legal document. The applicant was, I would say, legally acceptable or civil in having forward action. Previous to January 1, the anticipation was there was an adoption of the NMU, which allowed the city to intake the application for review. Is that not true?
So it's my understanding that the project, because it came in 2019, it wasn't anticipated, because at that time, there was no direct idea of what the downtown stationary specific plan was going to turn into. It was processed under the previous code for most of the time, But as we got closer to this date, quarter four of 2020, the applicant, we were making the applicant aware that the new downtown stationary specific plan was approved in, I believe, October, and that if we go after the first, then you have, within that time, there's a section of the zoning code that says the applicant can move forward with the previous zoning code or the new zoning code. Prior to making that determination, staff reviewed, and the applicant on their own, reviewed the project as it relates to the downtown stationary specific plan and its compliance with that, and found that it was compliant with that section. There is one section that states that new development must come in at the mid-range of the FAR. But there are exceptions to that FAR. In this case, we are applying that exception, provided the boards approve, of course, in the analysis that's okay here because of its location within the St. Rose Preservation District. Again, the FAR is at 1.31 under its current proposal instead of 2. So to make sure that I circle back and answer your question correctly, I don't believe that this project was reviewed in anticipation of the updated code, but it was reviewed in compliance with the previous and current code and receives the same recommendation from staff as it would if it was under the previous code.
Sure, I just wanted to, it is a further question or just confirmation. What I see formally, legally in the city, when you adopt things, the word adoption is a strong word. So it's about 21 days fresh. It's a newborn baby, but there's a full adoption of the NMU code. What's interesting is that the two caveats in that code, when you look at historic districts, are more subtle questions, or I'd say questions of judgment regarding the word distraction or detraction. Does it detract? Questions of scale. So I would say that those are questions to connoiter with. Is that the right word? We're having word search here today, but there is a caveat in the newborn neighborhood mixed use code, which is firstly, you're open to less than a 2 FAR, but also in that code is a discussion. It's a discernment. The only point I'm trying to confirm or make here is that when Cultural Heritage Board saw these docs, it was under the auspices, not with the adopted baby, but with the previous code.
Good point. Yes, I understand what you were saying. Yes.
Okay, that's
under the previous code.
Yes, that's all. Thank you.
Okay, and my questions for staff have already been answered. So thank you, Senior Planner Ross. And with that, we will let the applicant make their presentation. When the applicant is making their presentation, if the speaker could introduce themselves and give us their relationship to the project, that would be awfully helpful. Thank you.
And just for an update, I'm pulling up the applicant's presentation currently.
Good evening, Design Review Board. This is Nick Abbott. I'm a representative for the ownership and applicant. Can everybody hear me or see me?
I can't see you.
We can hear you loud and clear. Can't see you, but I'm not sure if we're supposed to or not.
Okay. I just wanted to give you all an overview of kind of how we got to where we are, just so you have some contextual background of what we've been through and why we've landed at the design that we have. So with that said, we bought this property in the fall of 16 with the intent to convert the existing office building to about 20 units. And the ownership group has completed 2 other office to housing projects within Santa Rosa and delivered about 30 units under that format that probably otherwise wouldn't have been delivered. We were kind of slowly going through this process, and then the fires in 17 happened. And after our community lost 5,500 homes, many of us kind of looked around and reevaluated housing and what more can we do, and we did the same. And we decided, well, what else can we do on this site to maximize it without overburdening the neighborhood and the historic community there. And so we slowly settled on a 2-building concept, and we kind of began to head that direction, even though building a new building was never really what we set out to do. So we started that process. We had the concept CHB meeting. We then followed that up with neighborhood meeting under that 2-building design. Through that process, it seemed that city staff was supportive of what we were trying to do. There were some concerns in the neighborhood about traffic and height and setback, but it all seemed like things we could work through. Somewhere in the middle of all that, fire department weighed in and required of us an EVA on the property. And it's important that we kind of share that, because it began to change dramatically how we could lay out the building, still achieve a reasonable amount of density, and provide the parking that was important both to us as the developer as well as the neighborhood, which had voiced those concerns. So part of the reason we have this design is largely in part to the EVA that fire required. As with most development projects in the community, you got multiple authorities influencing the shape of that project. Ours is no different, but perhaps we might be on the extreme end of that, needing to serve many masters, and that's often very difficult to do. We've got the zoning standards that govern parking and density height. We have a general plan designation to comply with. We have a newly updated downtown station area specific plan, and it has its own unique objectives and requirements. Fire department has made a serious impact on the design as well, and the neighbors and the historic communities have had influences too. And I just want to bring all this up because we've really tried to take all of that into account over a multiple year process and create a product that works for all of those different masters. And it's never going to meet every group's, all of their goals and objectives, but I feel like we've done a really good job of listening and hearing and making a project that can be viable while taking all of this into account. The last thing I wanted to mention is, you guys see many projects come through your board, and I watch them from afar, and there's a lot that have come through your board in the last few years downtown that I think have no economic feasibility of ever being built. 2 that come to mind would be Berkowitz's housing project on Mendocino and Roxy on the Square. Those come to mind. Roxy on the Square is maybe a little dated. I think we have a unique project in that we're basically recycling a building. And because of that, it changes our entire cost structure of how we develop. And it puts us in a position where I think we can build immediately. We have lenders ready to participate with us. If we get approval, we're looking forward to having units available in the community in early 22. And I think it's largely in part because of the reuse of the existing building. So with all of that said, I thank you again for your time, and I'm going to pass it off to Randy, who's going to walk you through the architectural design of our project. Thank you all.
Chair Kincaid, thanks, Nick. This is Bill Rose. It sounds like the applicant does have a PowerPoint, but we're having some difficulties getting it loaded. Can we take just a few minutes for a break to see if we can get this loaded properly?
Sure, let's go ahead and take a 5-minute recess to start, and we'll see where that gets us.
Great, thanks.
Thanks.
Warren, your microphone is open.
My apologies. Behaved.
And Chair Kincaid, we're ready to begin.
Okay, if I could have all the DRB members turn their videos back on.
Chair Kincaid, as soon as everyone's ready, just let me know and I'll get the presentation on the screen.
Sounds good.
Planner Ross, you'll need to share if the screen share isn't working, if you can let us know.
It's working. I was waiting for direction from the board to get to start.
We're still looking for Vice Chair Hedgepeth and Board Member Wicks to get their cameras back on.
We did come back a couple of minutes early than the 5 minutes, so.
True. Too efficient this time. Okay, looks like we have all of our board members on screen, and I believe Mr. Abbott was just handing the baton over to architect Randy Figueredo to walk us through their presentation. So Planner Ross, when you're ready.
Okay, Randy, you're unmuted. And the architect can speak at any time you're unmuted. Okay, architect Figueredo, we can't hear you, so if you're having technical problems, maybe mute and unmute again and see if that works.
Randy, this is Bill Rose, and we're still not able to hear you. So Nick, I don't know if you're able to supplement the presentation, or is it possible for our recording secretary to unmute Randy?
I think this is the host. Letting you know, Randy does not have a microphone connected. So something on the user end. We can tell that his settings have been adjusted where once he does have a microphone connected, we can mute and unmute. But at this time, there's not a microphone attached. So he might have to log out of the meeting, and when coming back in, accept the ability to use the microphone. If you say no when you join, it doesn't let you use it.
He did have a microphone and it disappeared.
Bill, this is Nick. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, Nick.
My preference is to wait a few minutes and see if this sorts itself out. But sure, if there's no microphone for Randy or something's wrong, then I guess I can do my best to walk us through the slideshow.
Can we give Randy the phone call number? Maybe he can use his cell phone and call in. Mike Maloney, maybe that might solve it as well.
Yes, one moment. So the toll-free number that you can call is 877-853-5257. And then if you press *9, that'll raise your hand and that'll indicate to us who you are. Well, it looks like Randy's connected to a phone right now.
Yeah. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can, Randy. Loud and clear.
Oh, you can. Okay, good. Yeah, somehow I'm doing it through my phone and somehow I lost the phone connection, but I can hear you. So anyway, sorry about that. So again, this is Randy Figueredo of Tierney Figueredo Architects. I'm the architect for the project. Nick did a good job of kind of giving the background of where this project has been going the last few years, and Adam covered kind of the basic skeleton of the design. So, you know, in general, our goals for this project was to somehow reach a compromise between the goals of the downtown station area plan and the historic district, while at the same time providing, you know, housing and making it all work for the neighborhood. And you can obviously sort of see that that was a complicated task just by looking at, you know, the fact that we're not achieving the midpoint of the FAR, but at the same time we're looking to come up with some type of heights that might not normally be found in the historic district. So, and it's also kind of a unique site in just that it sort of connects the commercial and residential portions of that area, just because of the way these properties were assembled, and now the commercial site actually bleeds into the residential neighborhood. So in terms of the site design and how we arrived at where you're looking at on the site plan, on the existing building A, which is currently kind of an underutilized office building, the ground level has the two parking areas, and then it has a lobby that allows access to the stairs and the elevator to get to the upper levels. The automobile access runs through the building from College Avenue, connecting it to Lincoln Street. And then building B, the new building, is obviously built on what is currently the eastern portion of the parking lot. So what Nick was referring to in terms of the fire department's influence on this, it's twofold, and we'll see that a little more later. In terms of the existing building along College Avenue, there's high voltage power lines that run along that frontage that were really going to be prohibitive to underground and relocate in any way. And so we worked with the fire department and came up with a compromise that if we could hold the front of building A below 35 feet, we would not need to meet their standard aerial access requirements. We'd be looking at the aerial access requirements for the code when the building was built. And then when it came to building B, the new building, the fire department required that our aerial access be from the long side of the building. So what Nick was actually referring to when he was talking about an EVA wasn't really an EVA. It was simply the space required by the fire department for the aerial access to the fire truck to park and have the distances required to the building. So from an earlier version of the new building, where we did have some parking along the western edge of what was the existing parking lot, we ended up with this configuration where the parking ended up going underneath the new building, and that western, pretty much 1/3 of the property, all has to remain open, and that would be the aerial access work area for the fire department. So we sort of lost a lot of flexibility in being able to use that portion of the site. Right now, Lincoln Street has 2 curb cuts on it. We're going to reduce that down to 1. We're also going to be on the existing building, taking the planters that are currently in the front out along College Avenue, and we're going to be reducing those in size and lowering them down so we can improve the visibility for cars entering and exiting from College Avenue. As Adam mentioned, there's a common space around the Heritage Oak that is being developed by the landscape architect Don McNair, who I believe is available for questions tonight. And also Mark Perry, the historic architect, is available for questions when you have those. In terms of the lower level of the new building, each end has a stair lobby. There's an elevator on the north end of the building. I placed 2 studio units on the lower level at the Lincoln Street frontage because I wanted to keep residential uses on the Lincoln Street frontage as much as possible. I think we can probably go to the next slide now. Now, Don, if you're there, if you wanted to speak to the landscaping quickly. If Don's not there, again, you can see the Heritage Oak in the common area courtyard. He's developed a patio around that tree. In the front on the Lincoln Street frontage, there's some camphor trees there. They're fairly large, but they've also been very destructive, torn up the sidewalk in the street. So he's going to be removing those and putting in the city's designated street trees, which are maples.
Randy, I am here, Randy.
Okay, perfect.
Yeah, you were doing great though, by the way.
I'll send my bill in the morning.
Yeah, there you go. Hi, this is Don McNair, McNair Landscape Architecture. Good evening. Yeah, so the camphor trees that are out there now, nice trees, but they are just chewing up the sidewalk and they're really doing a lot of root damage going on right now. So in the process of all this, presumably we would be replacing the sidewalk, which is damaged, and then putting the Amur maples in, which is a small maple. At the entry to the parking, got a couple of Armstrong maples, and they would be, probably 35, 45 feet tall, 15 feet across. You know, just given the nature of the project, we don't have a lot of room for big, broad trees. We had bigger trees originally, but when ended up with the fire department requirements in this back parking area, or this back access area, we really had to limit ourselves to tree heights and sizes. So things kind of shrunk a little bit. But along that parking, we would have a row of crepe myrtles, along with some crepe myrtles in front of the building. To the upper edge, I believe that would be north. No, I guess it would be east side of the building. You know, there's some existing trees back there, some ash, but they're really, they would need to go. They're not appropriate for this space or the building there. So that would just be low-level landscape, kind of shade-tolerant landscape. Randy mentioned the barbecue kind of common space area. And, you know, the intent would be to do everything we can to keep that live oak intact and keep it healthy. So, you know, really we would just be laying on kind of a layer of material that people could congregate but not impact the tree. Yeah, I think that would be it for my comments, unless you have any questions. Hearing none.
Okay, well, I think we can move on to the next slide. I just got to briefly go through the floor plans. So this is the existing building, which currently now is office suites. We'd essentially be retaining the core of the circulation core of the building, the staircases and the elevator and the roughly where the electrical rooms are in that central corridor, and then be demoing the rest and creating new 1 and 2 bedroom apartments. We'd have 6 1-bedroom and 14 2-bedroom apartments total in the building. And next slide. This is our plans for the new building, with Lincoln Street being to the right. So again, the first floor has the elevator and stair lobbies and utility room, electrical rooms with some parking, 2 studio apartments fronting Lincoln Street. Second floor would essentially match the footprint of the first floor with more apartments, and then the 3rd and 4th floors, the southerly portion of those floors, which are on Lincoln Street, would be set back and have balconies facing south onto Lincoln Street. Next slide. And this is the building, the existing office building that currently fronts onto College Avenue. Kind of mansard composition shingle roofs with concrete block walls, some horizontal wood siding bands across the front, fairly nondescript on the east and west elevations, with the west elevation facing that gas station on the corner, and the south elevation having a staircase coming down on the west end. And next slide. And then we were planning on essentially retaining the concrete block, taking some of the existing forms that had the horizontal wood siding on them and doing some reframing and kind of creating these elements to envelop the windows on the second level. You can see the lowered planters going in the front. We were going to take the same sort of rectangular protruding elements and apply those to the east and west elevations. Sort of repaint everything, replace all the windows with new aluminum or aluminum clad windows. On the North College Avenue elevation, we'd be adding some steel balconies with steel rails. And you can see on the north elevation, what I was talking about with the fire department is we would be removing the mansard roof on that north elevation and actually lowering the parapet somewhat to stay below that 35-foot height limit. Next slide. And in general, the materials and the general colors, the lighter gray would match the lighter gray that we'd be using on the new building that fronts Lincoln Avenue, and then the concrete block we'd be cleaning up and leaving that as is. Next slide. And this is the new building, which again is 4 stories with a 2-story element that's directly on Lincoln Avenue. We did take this project as a concept item to the Cultural Heritage Board, and I know Adam in his presentation showed the Cultural Heritage Board comments. In general, the building that we brought to him was similar to this. It was a little more generic, more contemporary Had a few elements that were deco in shape, but not particularly in detail. And so the kind of the primary comments I took from Cultural Heritage Board was consider adding round elements, consider stepping back to third and fourth story elements, decrease the scale of the street, consider stucco and horizontal siding elements, and consider revising the double height entry. So a lot of those comments were taken into account directly on the Lincoln Street frontage. So we ended up making the entry into the lobby less commercial looking, not having a double door. It's no longer a full 2 stories in height. It has a horizontal curved canopy element over it. The windows, we ended up going to a more horizontal streamlined design on them. I sort of took the building into a deco kind of streamlined art moderne motif. I tend to think that style is, was very common in say the 20s and 30s for multifamily projects. See a lot of apartment projects in that style. Not necessarily directly within a block or 2 of here, but in that area of Santa Rosa, that seems to be a relatively prevalent style. I thought it suited the building well. So the Lincoln Street frontage has the vertical element with the ribbon of glass that runs up that essentially is the landing for the staircase that goes up all 4 floors in that area. There's some decorative metal railing elements, sunshades, horizontal metal sunshades that are coming out, kind of completing that the horizontal lines of the building on that frontage. And then if you look at, say, the west elevation facing the parking lot, you can see the amount of setback from the street when you get back to that 3rd and 4th story. That horizontal element, the tower element on Lincoln Street isn't set back quite as far as the actual mass of the apartments themselves on the 3rd and 4th floor. And the facade of that building and those balconies has a slight radius to it, so it's curved back again, kind of following in that art moderne language. The parking is tucked under the building. When you get back to the north elevation, which faces the courtyard and the existing office building to be retrofitted, you've got entries that go into the lobby to get to the elevator and the stairs. And it's mainly circulation space there. There really aren't a lot of windows that are facing right onto the 3-story converted apartment buildings that used to be the commercial building. And on the eastern facade, again, it's got the lower level is parking, and then there are apartments in those areas, and it steps back partially, again, kind of differentiated between the stucco siding and a horizontal hardy product, which is actually their, it's not a lap siding, we're doing a groove channel siding on those. The windows are going to be aluminum or aluminum clad. We're trying to, again, accentuate the horizontality with the metal reveals in the elevations. Next slide. And there in the rendering, you can see this is taken from the southwest, as if you were kind of across the street and looking to the northeast. And we've drawn in the existing homes on that side of the street. We're looking at doing kind of very subtle pastel colors to try to downplay the massing of the building as much as possible. You can see the steel railings and the horizontal sunshades. Next slide. And this is coming down the street headed west. And there's the building to be facing the neighboring residential property, which is partially two-story and partially one-story. As was mentioned before, I think there's maybe one property toward the intersection out to the west that may be a contributor, but for the most part, the contributors in this neighborhood are on the south side of the street and not the properties that are adjacent to the building itself. Next slide. And we can go through these quickly, but you can sort of see the project site, how it extends to Lincoln Street. Sort of teal blue are the bus stops. So there's a fair amount of public transit in this area. It's not too far from amenities and different things walking to downtown. So we're sort of on the northwest corner of that downtown station area plan. Next slide. And there's the building. I think Adam had showed the slide already. There's kind of you can see how underutilized the property is in that parking lot there. Now, next slide. And there we are looking at it from Lincoln Avenue. You can see the properties next door. I believe the property immediately to the west is actually a duplex. Next slide. And these are those properties. So the one in the upper right-hand corner is the property directly to the west of us. The one in the lower right-hand corner is the home that's directly to the east of us. Next slide. And again, these are some of the homes in the neighborhood. The lower left is an apartment project that I think is a couple of blocks away. Next. And these are some of the multifamily and commercial buildings. These are more to the south and east of the project. They're 2 to 3 blocks away for the most part. And next. And that's again some more images of some of the multifamily projects in the area. So you sort of get the picture of how eclectic this whole neighborhood is, and this 4 to 5 block area in terms of what's going on there architecturally. So, like I said, I felt kind of that Art Deco, Art Moderne style was probably the most fitting style for the neighborhood. I don't know, maybe at this point now it'd be good for Mark Perry to give a kind of a brief synopsis of his historical report on the neighborhood in terms of this building and the architecture we were using.
I am here, glad to do that, Randy. We don't have up, I believe, or can't call up my historic building report, that there are 4 or 5 Deco style buildings in the neighborhood. And the point of appropriately addressing the context of the historic district is to maintain or honor the architectural character. The period of significance of the neighborhood was 1880s through 1930, 1940s. So the end of the period of significance is the Deco era, which is a really good springboard toward the modern era, in that it was the last of the classical, I guess, styles that you might call it, that had traditional proportions but were very modern buildings. And so that kind of lent a nice approach to this building, because it is a modern building, yet it has traditional elements which then make it contextually appropriate, I suppose, or it is at least responding to the overall context of the historic district. It can contribute to that context without diminishing from it, which is the hope and the intent. And there was a question about, there are 3 or 4 sites on either side of the building that could be compiled into that are not contributors, and this site was not a contributor. But from the district perspective, we looked at the overall district as the historic element rather than a single, because it is not a contributor, there's not a historic building on the property. So we looked at the district as the historic context and came up with design intent, or period of significance, as we'd use in the district, in the preservation world, to assure that our building would be appropriate to the district, and I think it is.
Thank you, Mark, and I think that's the end of our presentation.
Great. Thank you to Nick, Randy, Don, and Mark. Good presentation, very thorough. At this time, I would like to open up the public hearing and take public comment. As I mentioned at the forefront, I'm going to just say a great thank you to the members of the public who are taking the time to give us their thoughts this evening. And I will let the recording secretary just roll through. Each member of the public will have 3 minutes to speak. Thank you.
Okay, Chair Kincaid, while we get the public comment slide set up, I'm seeing one hand so far. Let me check here. Okay, we have Azmina Hanna, and I will unmute you and you can speak when you're ready.
Thank you. Is everyone able to hear me? Hello?
Yes, we can hear you. I can hear you.
I'm going to use the headset. Sorry about that. So it was a nice presentation when it finally came up. Thank you guys for making that available. It would be nice if we could see it, because it was a little bit unavailable on the Zoom call. So some pieces were available, some were not. I did see a section a few slides back where it was showing the Lincoln Street facing side of the building, and it did appear on the opposite side of the street that it was all grass. Is that your intention to to make that a park, or it's not clear what is happening there? I'm familiar with that area. I frequent that area. There is not available parking as it is, and it doesn't appear that there is enough parking. That is a major challenge for that area. I believe the residents were trying to get parking passes, and that was shot down. So if that's something that can happen, that would help tremendously. Another key issue I saw was, I believe, the south-facing balconies. I think that would really interrupt a lot of the privacy that people try to value along Lincoln Street. And that's so with what we could see, again, that I sent an email. It wasn't really available. The public hearing sign, it looked like it was taken up, put up, taken down, put up again, taken down. So I just happened to catch it by accident and was able to attend today. But I know quite a few people that were interested were not able to attend. And that's something I think that we as folks in the neighborhood and friends of the neighborhood, it would be more beneficial to have a little more public review time. Thank you.
Next, we have Roy Lawson. And Mr. Lawson, once we get the slide set up, I will be able to unmute you to do your presentation. And you can speak when you're ready.
All right. All right. Let's see. Yes, can you hear me now? Okay, here, we'll begin. All right, I'm just checking you can hear me. Is that right?
Yes, we can hear you.
Thank you very much. Okay, members of the Design Review Board, I thank you for this opportunity once again to speak to you and to express my concerns about this project.
Mr. Lawson, if I can interrupt real quick, I just got a message that perhaps someone cannot hear you. Planner Ross, can you hear the public speaker?
Yes, I can.
You can? Okay. Okay, I'm sorry, Mr. Lawson. Can we start over and we'll reset the clock?
Well, thank you very much. Yes, that's fine. Okay, we'll go back and, okay, thank you very much for the, thank you. Anyway, members of the Design Review Board, I've spoken to you before about my concerns about projects in the St. Rose Historic District, so I'm sure I'm not a stranger, at least my voice. According to the information flyer that was mailed to me in 2018, 2019, the original 320 Avenue project involved only the adaptive reuse of an existing structure facing College Avenue. I saw no reason to oppose it, as it seemed a perfect compromise. The historic district would not be damaged and more housing would be generated, both very good. However, now we're confronted with the addition of a 4-story structure on Lincoln Street, which is utterly out of proportion to the homes not only nearby, but all along that street. This is not a question of human subjectivity, this is pure mathematics. One look at the illustration of the project is all that is necessary to confirm this. My opposition is also personal because I know people who will be permanently negatively impacted by this unexpected and incompatible addition to what was a reasonable development effort. We have on other occasions been warned that if projects in our historic district are rejected, this will cause developers to shun Santa Rosa. I have more trust in them as shrewd business people who can withstand a few rejections in expressly preservation neighborhoods, knowing there is a wealth of sites in the downtown which are free of any historic considerations. We in the St. Rose neighborhood have been accused of being against any change. That is simply wrong. In this world, there are only 2 forms of change, for the better or for the worse. Anyone with eyes with eyes to see will recognize that the 4-story structure is a change for the worse, both for Lincoln Street and the historic district as a whole. I ask you to take this into consideration as you vote on the fate of my neighborhood and the fate of my neighbors. Thank you very much. I'm done.
Mayor Kincaid, I don't see any other raised hands at this time. So anybody, oh, wait, now 5 hands raised. Okay, so let's find these. Okay, the first one is Greg Parker. And Mr. Parker, you can now speak whenever you're ready.
Okay.
It's messed up.
You hear me?
We can hear you.
Okay. Greg Parker, St. Rose Historic District. And I thank Adam Ross for bringing up that the review authority has to find the increased height does not detract from the character of the preservation district. And I find it hard to believe that it doesn't. You've got some design guidelines. I sent you guys a fairly detailed reference note referencing a lot of this stuff. Design guidelines 2.5 historic districts says in terms of mass proportion, blah, blah, blah. It has to be compatible with the historic district. New development adjacent to the St. Rose and West End historic neighborhood should be compatible in height and scale with existing structures. Section 2, core area 2.4 historic districts. This is another City of Santa Rosa design guideline. As goal 2.4.1, design buildings should be sensitive to the neighborhood with regard to scale, bulk, and historic content. It's especially important in designated historic districts. And goal 2.4.2 has to be compatible with existing structures. I can't see where a 4-story building that looms over probably the most, what's the word I want to find? Lincoln Street is probably the most consistent consistent group of homes that are consistent architecturally in our historic district. They're bungalows. They're mostly bungalows, and they're all one. Well, I shouldn't say all. Probably all, but three are 2-story. The rest are all 1-story. And you're plopping a 4-story building down right next to a 1.5-story maybe. How is that compatible with a historic district in site and scale and mass, size? I just don't see it. If this is compatible, I don't know what isn't. I guess that's about it. Thank you.
Okay, next we have Denise H. And Denise, I have unmuted you so you can speak when you're ready.
Okay, can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Hi, everybody. I appreciate your time on this and reviewing this project, and I appreciate the explanation by the architect, which is a really good explanation, and that we certainly do want to add housing and not be a roadblock to it. But again, we're in a historic district, and historic districts have certain guidelines. I want to mention that you're going to hear from a lot of homeowners who are vested in this neighborhood and love this historic district. And they would like to have the developers follow the same rules we would have to follow with our own homes. I want to speak briefly that Art Deco, there's only 4 examples I'm aware of in the entire city of Santa Rosa. 3 are in our neighborhood. All 3 of those are 2-story buildings, and 2 are office buildings, and 1 is an apartment building. So, and they're blocks away from where we're at here. So while, yes, it's mimicking a Art Moderne style, it really needs to cap out at the 2 stories to really be relevant to what is in the neighborhood currently. I'm really concerned about the lack of knowledge that I'm hearing from some of the board members on what historic district guidelines are. And it's disconcerting to hear guesses at what's allowed and what's not allowed rather than actual facts. And I can tell you that these homes on this street do not have to be contributors to have the historic district guidelines apply to them. It's a historic district, so it includes everything in the district. I can also tell you that the downtown station area plan, part of the approval on the plan that kicked in on January 1st has in it a new cultural funding for a new cultural survey. Those homes on either side of that property will qualify because any home over 50 years old, it would qualify as a historic building at this point. The last survey was in the 80s. And so these are definitely will be captured in this next survey. So they will be historic contributors by the end of the year when the survey is done. So I'm going to finish up by saying that it is definitely out of scale, the massing. You look at that southern view that you put up on the screen, you can just see it. It's black and white. You can tell that building is outsized for this neighborhood. And I would like the planner, Mr. Ross, to address a couple of things. I'd like him to mention, please explain the 2.5.1 compatibility code that you have, and also how many parking permits can the apartments get per unit, and the size of the Lincoln Street, the width. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We now have Pamela Roberts. And Ms. Roberts, you've been unmuted, so you can speak when you're ready.
Thank you. First of all, I have a lot to say, so I'm going to say it quickly. I would really like to see the review authority, in this case, the design review board members, to follow the guidelines. And first of all, the projects incompatible with zoning chapter 20-52-.3030J4. It states the architectural design of the proposed development is compatible with the character of the surrounding neighborhood. One is really hard pressed to see how this ultra modern, very severe building contributes to and is compatible in any way with the street. And also there's code 20-28.040, specifically E.3b. No structure within the H combining district shall exceed a maximum height of 35 feet or 2 stories. Further, it says E.3c paragraph or parentheses 1, it can exceed that height if it does not detract from the character of a preservation district. This is glaringly, it's bulky, it looms over the street, and it really is a detractor from our neighborhood, and especially from Lincoln Street. And I think that compromise was mentioned by the developer in other ways, and I believe that compromises, there was speaking about conflicting zoning, etc. So let's compromise, retrofit the existing building, and don't build the 4-story building, or make it 35 feet 2-story, which is the requirement for an historic district. And the city really, if this is going in as a 4-story building, the city should just honestly name St. Rose Downtown North, because with all the other encroachments that have happened to this district, how are we even being considered a preservation district? I'd also like to say that the photos that were given were of some pretty ugly houses. They didn't choose any of the characteristic craftsman houses on this street. They didn't choose any of the houses on H Street. I thought that was really a really glaring example of trying to make things go and fit this 4-story building. It was really kind of shocking to see those. And that's the end of my comments. I'm really shocked at the huge mass and scale of this building. It just looms over the district. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next we have Galaxy Tab A, and you have been unmuted.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Okay. My name is Stacy Wright. I'm at 337 Lincoln Street, which is, there's 2 homes between my property and the new building on Lincoln Street that's being proposed. My concerns have all been mentioned by some of the other folks here, but I just wanted to reiterate that the architectural styles that they are showing on their presentation are not representative of this neighborhood. We have on my side of the street, which is the same side as the proposed new building, I would say the majority are built in the 40s. And on the other side of the street, it's mostly craftsman, arts and crafts style architecture. There's nothing I've seen on this street, and I've been here for 16 years. So I don't see anything that is at all consistent with what's being proposed. It's just awful, in my opinion, and sounds like in everyone else's opinion. It's huge. If I were to, I've been in this district, I've done some remodeling, I've done some building on my property. I've had to jump through lots and lots of hoops and pay lots of money for permits because of this historic district. So I'm very resentful that developers can come in because they have cash to throw around and do something like this and just skirt all the rules that we have to follow as homeowners. It just seems terribly unfair. And then it affects our home values as well, our parking situation, all of that. I'm wondering, I'd like to know if anyone on the board has driven down Lincoln Street when there's an oncoming car, because two cars cannot pass each other on Lincoln Street when there are people parked on either side of the street. There's not room for two cars to pass each other on our street. One person has to pull over. And when the street is packed with these residents, if they're getting parking permits and parking in front of our homes, it's going to make that more difficult. And I'd also like to hear about the contributors versus non-contributors and what does FAR mean? Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next we have Betsy Stewart. And Ms. Stewart, I have unmuted you.
Oh, thank you. This is Betsy Stewart. I'm a property owner in the St. Rose Historic District. And I just have a couple of comments. I agree, of course, wholeheartedly with everything that my neighborhood community members have already stated, so I'm not going to rehash that. I would like to say that it's become disappointingly apparent to me after being a business person in this community for 35 years and intimately knowing and working with real estate developers and architects and some private planning companies. It's disappointing to me that it just seems as if projects are taken up by the design review board on a case-by-case basis without looking at the context, without looking at the where this takes us as a community. There seems to be a great willingness to make allowances for a developer who, you know, quote unquote, sadly has invested a lot of time and energy and has done their very best. And they really want this thing to go because we all know housing is important. Yes, we do. But at some point, we have to also take responsibility for the fact that we do have guidelines. We do have policies that were agreed on by the city, by the community. And at some level, I'm just asking the board to please hold firm on these agreements that were made and please try to stop making variances for every single applicant to the detriment of the community going forward. On a separate subject, which is the parking and traffic issue, I've been observing some planning and design review discussions in other areas of the city also, and I'm really concerned and interested about how this new traffic metric seems to be playing out. And I just have to say, as someone who views things from a logical perspective as opposed to a data perspective, it's a little inconceivable to me that we can add 39 units of residential housing. Presumably, many of those are going to have more than one occupant, and yet we're net having less of a traffic impact. That just doesn't make sense to me. So I'm asking you to put your common sense hats on here and view this whole project from the standpoint of reasonableness and what's good for the community as a whole going forward. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We have another speaker. We have Monica Chavez. And Ms. Chavez, you've been unmuted so that you can speak.
Hey, everybody. I just wanted to jump in and kind of reiterate what some of the other neighbors have been saying. Number one, it does definitely feel like the cultural heritage standards that we are expected to uphold as homeowners in this neighborhood. It definitely seems like that applies to us more than the developers. For example, I mean, here's just an example of why it makes no sense to me. I recently looked into what it would take to convert my detached garage into a bedroom and a bathroom, and I was told that I would need to make a carport because I'd be getting rid of the covered parking at my unit, which, by the way, you can't even park a car in it in the first place. So it's just little things like that. I mean, the cost to get new windows in this neighborhood, so many people are living with original windows that are completely inefficient. just because the cost of the windows that the design board requires, excuse me, Cultural Heritage Board requires, are wood frame windows, which cost maybe 3 or 4 times what normal windows would cost. So, you know, I bought into this neighborhood knowing that and accepting it. And it's just really frustrating when developers come in here and the same rules don't apply to them. So I just want to say it's extremely frustrating. And I agree that if this does go through, maybe they should consider, you know, stripping this neighborhood of the historic title, because it just doesn't make any sense to me. Second, I also want to just, I know this has already been mentioned, but the traffic on Lincoln Street is a huge issue. It's very dangerous. You know, you really have to drive about 10 miles per hour to safely get down that street. The sidewalks are very narrow. The street is extremely narrow. And I think it's a safety issue. And the other thing that I'm concerned about is, I know that you say that there's also a parking entrance on College Avenue, but you know, even turning onto Glen Street, an entire street, not just a narrow driveway, it's quite dangerous because cars are going pretty fast on College Avenue and you have to slow down pretty quickly. And I cannot imagine the danger of people pulling in and out of a driveway on College Avenue, especially when it's high traffic time. So to me, I think a lot of people probably who live there would be utilizing the Lincoln Street garage entrance. And to me, it's a huge safety issue for the neighborhood. Additionally, I have to say, I don't want to offend anyone, but I do agree that the building does not look compatible with the rest of the neighborhood. And I have to agree with the other person who said the photos chosen as examples of the homes in this neighborhood, it did not really reflect the charm of this neighborhood. It seemed very calculated to me as well. So those are my comments. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And I don't see any more raised hands. So if anybody else would like to speak, if you can raise your hand, and then you can have your 3 minutes. Okay, Chair Kincaid, I don't see any more raised hands.
Okay, we will go ahead and close the public hearing and bring it back to the board. Let's go through the board and get questions for the applicant. And if you can keep it to questions, and if you've already heard the question, no need to repeat it unless you need further clarification. So let's start with board member Sharon.
I have no questions at the moment.
Great. Board member Cordenbrock, questions for the applicant.
Not at the moment, no.
Okay. Board member Weigel, questions for the applicant?
I have no questions for the applicant.
Board member Wicks.
Okay, now that I'm unmuted, I was going to go along with the group and not have any questions, but I got one I got to ask Jerry about the power lines along College Avenue. I didn't quite understand why undergrounding those power lines were, actually let me back up. Why, because of the power lines, why the EV had to be created in the back of the building. Can you elaborate on that a little bit more?
Sure. So,
Randy, sorry, I said Jerry. I meant to say Randy. My fault.
Yeah, that's okay. Just old guys. He's the one that's retired.
Yeah.
So, well, really what's going on in the front on College Avenue isn't driving what's going on in the back of the new building. They're two separate issues. Is we had to lower the front of the building on College Avenue so that we wouldn't fall under the aerial access requirements. Because if we fell under the aerial access requirements, then we can't have obstructions up in the air, which would be those power lines. And since they're high voltage lines, it was a big deal to get them moved. In the back, the reason, and it's not an EVA, it's simply the parking and operations area that's required for the aerial ladder truck. So they've got to be able to park, access that entire long frontage of the building along the west side of the building, and be 15 to 30 feet from the building. So that's why we essentially just have to leave that whole area paved, and you can't park in it or really use it for anything other than if, hopefully never, they ever had to bring an aerial ladder truck in there.
So are you saying that you looked at a plan along College that you had more apartments on top? Maybe you were thinking about adding a fourth story?
No. It was always three. It's just at 3 stories right now, at the height that front parapet is, it would require aerial ladder access. If we take the mansard roof off and knock a couple of feet off the height of the parapet, we don't require aerial access. I actually did an AMMR with the city and the fire department to get them to buy into that 35-foot height.
And Board Member Wicks, Ian Hardage, Assistant Fire Marshal, who reviewed this project, is here to add on to your question as well, to kind of chime in. So Ian, if you want to jump on.
Sure. Sure. This is Ian Hardage, Assistant Fire Marshal, and I can absolutely address aerial access and underground of utilities and fire lanes and everything that we've reviewed, a couple different layouts for this project. So Building A, the existing building, has always been proposed to be a conversion from an office building to residential, multi-family residential structure. And when you change uses of a building, you're required to comply with current code. So our original review of this back in August of 19 required aerial access for both buildings. And the only thing that needed to be done to comply for Building A was to underground the overhead utilities along the front of the property here at 320 College. The second building, I believe at that time, was parallel with Lincoln, but set back, which was too far for our aerial access to reach. So it would have required them to bring the building closer, underground the utilities again on Lincoln, and restrict parking on Lincoln, which, you know, obviously the project and the fire department saw as impactful to the neighborhood. So they redesigned. And as Randy identified, they came to us for Building A and said, look, it's an existing building. When it was built, the aerial access requirements back then was 35 feet. Can we find a way to adhere to that? And sure, we sat down and penciled it out, and we were able to come to a compromise to eliminate the aerial access for Building A, as long as they stayed under 35 feet, which was the limitations when the building was built. For the building on the back, to not restrict parking, not to underground utilities back there, the criteria that we adopt and is publicly accessible requires aerial access to be given to the maximum, you know, to provide maximum access to the building, which is typically, it used to say longest side. Actually, I think it still says longest side in the commentary of the code, but the longest side of the building, that gives us the most access to the building. So they decided to orientate the building as they did to not impact the public street with fire department access, not have to underground the utilities out there and further impact the neighborhood with interruptions to that. But that required them to provide all the aerial access on site. And when you do, that aerial access is a unobstructed area, no closer than 15 feet and no further than 30 feet from the building, a minimum of 26 feet wide for the length of the building. So that is why there is, you know, a large unused, undeveloped, basically just hardscaped area on this site. And they did that, in my opinion, really to lessen the impacts to the neighborhood, among other benefits for the project. But I believe that was where one of the primary reasons was they didn't want to further impact the neighborhood any more than they would be with this type of project. Does that answer your questions or clarify what's going on College versus what's going on Lincoln versus fire department access?
Yes, thank you. I was just going to stick to College, but I'm glad you jumped in and answered some questions I had in my mind about the large swath of area on the west side of the new proposed building. So thank you.
Yeah, it's not pretty, but it's necessary, unfortunately.
Right.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Hardage. Appreciate you being available to take those questions this evening. Vice Chair Hedgepeth, questions for the applicant.
Thank you, Chair Kincaid. If Ian's still there, I did have a question on that access. So in the new building, we're no closer than 15 and no further than 30. This is just hypothetical, but if any of the project was greater than 4 stories, it appears, Ian, that you're accepting of the 4 floors for this fire access aisle, and that the rule of 15 and rule of 30 applies to 4 stories. Is that true for further stories up, or how does your math work there?
It applies to any portion of the building greater than 30 feet. It has really nothing to do with stories, because you can have 15-foot stories and exceed it, with 2 stories. So it is just a measurement from the lowest level of fire department access to the highest roof surface or parapet wall or intersection of roof and wall.
That was my understanding as well. Thank you.
You're most welcome.
That's it for me.
Okay, great. So there were some public comment questions. They weren't necessarily for the applicant, but if we get clarification on these, it would be appreciated. I'll start by answering one of the questions regarding the rendering. It looks in both renderings of the new building that it's going to be all greenery across the street. I just want to comment that that's just a sheer rendering. There's actually houses across the street with front yards, and that will not change with this project. There was a question, and I believe it was related to the design guidelines, 2.5.1. I'm not sure if Planner Ross heard that question and was researching the design guidelines, but if not, maybe Planner Ross can dig into that. 2.5.1 wanted some further clarification on how the project met that guideline. Parking permits. There were mention of parking permits that might be available. I think there was a question as to the clarity of, are they available in a certain amount just to this development, or is this just the people living in this development could apply for said permits, same as the current residents of the area?
Okay, Planner Ross here. I could respond to those and then some if as necessary. So I'm going to go ahead and part of it's going to lead into the applicant team to respond to design guideline 2.5.1, which reads that design new development in and adjacent to historic preservation districts to be compatible with this existing structures in terms of mass, materials, colors, proportion, and spacing of windows and doors. Refer also to section 4.7, historic districts. A particular architectural style or design is not specified. However, the scale, mass, and size of the building are often more important than the decorative details which are applied. So with that in the staff report, the response is that essentially the applicant has provided sufficient information to support that connection to the design guideline. And then if Mark Perry wants to establish a bit more to that, who is a qualified historic architect, to kind of expand on that. But that's where staff's finding comes from for that relation to 2.5.1, as I previously stated. And I'll just kind of go ahead and finish up the last bit here, but kind of wrote these down, and I'll just kind of touch on them. And you may not have even mentioned them, but the width of Lincoln Street is 30 feet. The project itself included a focused traffic study, which identified traffic on Lincoln and on College, and concluded that the access for this site is adequate. And that was also seconded by the city's traffic engineering department. And they couldn't be here tonight, but I have kind of a synopsis of what they've provided which I'll summarize, which essentially says that, you know, the use of the office use is more intense than the proposal before you. And therefore, you know, that's why you have less peak hour trips. And it's acknowledged that there is a narrowness to Lincoln Street, but if you have two cars parked on both sides and cars have to let each other go by, that is considered a traffic calming measure and reduces speeding in the area. And overall, you know, it's not quite clarified in the impact study, but there was, you know, or it's mentioned, but it's not kind of highlighted, is that there is access off of College Avenue, and some of the parking spaces can only go through College Avenue in and out, most likely be right in, right out only. And there is a pass through on which connects the College side with the Lincoln side. So you may get, you know, a mix of entering from College, leaving on Lincoln, entering on Lincoln, leaving onto College, entering on one side and exiting on that same side as well. So it was reviewed. It was reviewed by city staff, city engineering staff, compliant. It's conditioned accordingly. And I might have misspoke a bit about the parking zoning. In a conversation with the city parking staff, there was a portion. So there's currently the 2-hour parking in this area from 9 a.m. to, I believe it's 8 a.m. to 9 p.m., which there was a petition to expand that, but it was pulled because they were unable to verify signatures. It can still be brought back to council to expand that parking area, but it was indicated that the program would include multifamily units with Lincoln Street addresses in the permit zone. So I don't know exactly how many they would get if it ever expands or what have you. But again, these are public streets. They do live on, the proposal would have residents on Lincoln Street. So I think that's where the right to be a part of that is also included. Additionally, the peak demand for parking at this location is going to be from 10 p.m. to 6 a.m. And in that time, there's no restriction on timing for parking overnight. And again, no parking is required for this project. As far as height limit goes, just to touch up on that again, the height above in historic districts is, you know, this height is allowed. It's not, it doesn't say it's not allowed. It's just that the review authority has to make those two findings. So, and I wouldn't say it's so much that a developer can come in and get around any sort of requirements that the residents are held to. They are held to development standards and set forth by the city and approved by council. which this project has. And there are mechanisms such as the findings for approval that that have to be achieved to approve the project and move it forward. So there's no curtailing to developers or there's no, with this project, there are no variances from the zoning code. There is noticing the project was noticed as required by zoning code. Staff's unaware of any sort of discrepancy in noticing for the on-site sign. We do have we do ask that applicants provide evidence that they posted an on-site sign when necessary for projects, in which this case the applicant team did. And I think that's everything except for just an expansion on the historic analysis included by and written by artists and architects and Mark Perry.
Adam, can I jump in real quick and just throw a couple other comments about parking and traffic?
Yeah, go ahead, Nick.
So Adam touched on it briefly, but I just wanted to point out that the way the parking's set up currently under the existing office building, approximately 25% of the parking would exit out of the garage only onto College. So 25% of the parking load is there and the traffic would go out College. The drive-through portion, people could go either way, but that exists currently and we would continue that same relationship. Parking specifically, the city has a couple features in the zoning code to kind of help work with parking concerns. And so one of them is unbundling of parking from units or rent. And so that's a feature that lets us separate out, rent is one number and you get no parking. And here's another price if you want to pay for parking. And that allows people who move into a community who don't have a car and don't need a parking space to make that available for somebody else who does. We feel that because of this location, there will be some people moving in here who rely more on public transportation, want to work or be in proximity to their work where they can walk or ride their bike or take the train. And so we think that unbundling has value and we plan on applying it. Again, the current zoning code requires us to provide no parking. We think that's important. And we're going to be doing other things like the unbundling to further help with that. I guess I'd also just point out that during COVID, we've all been working from home. I don't think that's going to change. So we might see a little shift in, everybody needing to get in their car at 8 a.m. and leave this project to drive to work. We might see that those trips decline because some people continue a work from home model for some of the days of the week, maybe not all of them, and further kind of take away the need for more parking or this concern for traffic in the community. I think that's all I have to say about traffic and parking right now.
Great, thanks for the clarification. I'll just mention two other questions. I don't know that this time on the board is the time and place for these two explanations, but there was a question about contributors versus non-contributors and also a more detailed explanation of FAR. I think that if you want answers to those, you can certainly contact the city at your leisure and get those answers for future reference. So with that, unless any of the board members want to hear an expanded detailed version of how 2.5.1 is met, I think we can bring it back to the board for motion. Go ahead, board member Weigel.
Actually, I was just going to say, I can explain FAR very quickly. Floor area ratio, total square footage of a property, so the acreage, you take the developed number, whatever that is, and you divide it by the total acreage, and that gets your FAR. So this property has 1.31 times the actual acreage land being developed in multiple stories of occupiable housing units.
Member Weigel, before we move on, can I just make a quick comment?
Is that Nick?
Yeah,
sorry.
go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead, Nick.
Yeah, so I just wanted to point out that, you know, the FAR here is 4. And if you look at a maximizing development on the site with an FAR of 4, you would get to a unit count of somewhere near 108.
Are you in the parking lot?
And it would encompass the entire site.
I'll be out in a second.
We don't think that's reasonable for the neighborhood. We've never once suggested that developing to that type of density is appropriate here. And I honestly feel that our scaled back version fits and works in the community. 118 units and developing to an FAR of 4 on this site? No way. But I think what we've come up with is a pretty modest FAR of 1.3. I think that's fair, and I think it can work very well in this community.
Okay, thank you, Nick. I'm going to go ahead and ask everyone who's not on the board to mute themselves, if you would, getting a little bit of feedback. Okay, so let's bring it back to the board. The way in which our board generally proceeds is to have a motion put on the table, which would then be seconded or not. And then we would go through with comments and friendly amendments thereafter and try and craft a final vote. So with that, I'll look to any board members who are willing to make a motion.
Chair Kincaid, I apologize for interrupting. I just wanted to read into the record the changes to that resolution before you make a motion.
Sure, you bet. This would be in addition to the resolution itself.
So the change would start with adding 2 findings before, which would now be findings 7 and 8, which are in reference to those findings required for the height above 2 stories or 35 feet, which states the review authority finds that the increased height does not detract from the character of the preservation district or any adjacent contributing properties. And the review authority may require conditions of approval that pertain to the placement of screens, the location and type of openings, the location and projections of sun decks, porches, balconies, patios, and similar architectural amenities to enhance or preserve the residential privacy of the proposed structures and of any adjacent existing or anticipated residential structures or uses. That would then move the CEQA finding to, it was finding number 7, it's now finding number 9, and a modified finding for number 9 for the CEQA finding, where it says the proposed project has been reviewed in compliance with the California Environmental Quality Act and is exempt from CEQA pursuant to CEQA guidelines section 15182B and C. In addition, the project also qualifies for a class 32 infill exemption pursuant to CEQA guidelines section 15332. I should note that it says is exempt from CEQA pursuant to CEQA guidelines section 15182B and C. I think that needs to actually say statutory exemption or not, and maybe the assistant city attorney can chime in for that. But I'll keep moving forward because there's just a couple more changes here. Under the paragraph before the conditions of approval, where it says, now therefore be it resolved, the design review board of the city of Santa Rosa does hereby grant preliminary design review of Avenue 320 apartments subject to each of the following conditions, and here's the change, and Cultural Heritage Board landmark alteration permit approval. So that's just clarification. It's inherent in the code, but it's clarified in this resolution. And then I think that was it. And then obviously any board comment conditions would come in from there. So the change to, going back to that CEQA change, should say, the proposed project has been reviewed in compliance with the California Environmental Quality Act and is statutorily exempt from CEQA pursuant to CEQA guidelines section 15182B and C.
So I think the way that a board member could craft the motion would be accepting of those changes. Just add that language to whatever motion that you're willing to make.
Should I make a motion then? Okay, I will make a motion. Make a motion that we resolve of the resolution of the Design Review Board of the City of Santa Rosa granting design review approval for Avenue 320 Apartments, a 39-unit multifamily housing project, including adaptive reuse of an existing office building and construction of a new 4-story multifamily building within the downtown station area specific plan located at 320 College Avenue and 320 Lincoln Avenue, file number DR19-045, with the inclusions that staff has to the resolution. Does that work?
Yep. And you can say waive the reading of the text.
And I waive the reading of the text because, yes, thank you.
Thank you. There you go. Do I have a second from another board member? Okay, not hearing a second. Does a board member have a further or a different motion to be made? Vice Chair Hedgepeth.
I'd like to make a motion deferring the project with the following caveat. The potential retention of 40 units, but a revisiting of the design, and that design be more in potential keeping with the historic neighborhood.
So you would motion to continue the item to a date uncertain?
Exactly.
Second that.
Okay, we have a motion from Vice Chair Hedgepeth to continue the item to a date uncertain. We have a second from Board Member Wagle. We will now have discussion amongst board members. So we'll start with not the motioner and not the second. Board Member Sharon, thoughts on the motion?
I'd like to defer to some of my other board members and hear their thoughts before I chime in later.
That's fair enough. I wasn't very fair because you were the motioner on the first motion, so kind of knew where we're sitting.
Perfectly fine.
All right, let's start with Board Member Wicks.
Can you hear me?
Yep, you're on.
All right, sorry. The screen gets smaller and smaller as I get older and older, and while I'm past 50, that doesn't make me historic, but nor do I think a lot of my colleagues think I'm historic. But anyway, I would agree with the continuance. I'm going to have a hard time finding item number 7 that us as a board, I'm not sure we can find that this project doesn't detract from the character and preservation of the district. I was trying to make a point earlier about if there were some assemblage of other projects that could substantiate the height of the project that's proposed, that might be an avenue. And I certainly know how the St. Rose Historic District operates and functions and what's possible and what's not possible. So I think the applicant needs to take a look at the new building. I give them some kudos to the adaptive reuse of the office building. And I was looking at a suggestion, and maybe the suggestion still holds true, to add another floor onto the building. I haven't looked at the structural analysis of it, and I don't want to speak out of turn of telling Randy and his firm how to approach it, but it seems like an opportunity to maybe go higher in one portion of the project and go lower on another portion of the project. So I'd like to hear what my fellow board members have to say about that kind of concept, and or how we can help the applicant get approvals at the next go round.
Fair enough. And I think in that vein, if you want to, when you share your comments, give some direction to the applicant team, that will be on record. That way they're not spinning their wheels, coming back with something that might not be acceptable at all to the board in the future. So with that said, board member Cordenbrock.
Sure, thank you. I think just building on what Henry was saying, I really do like the idea of well, first I think the treatment at Lincoln is they've tried to do what they can with that parcel and kind of the tight urban condition, but I would agree with this new building definitely detracting from the neighborhood or that block, and in terms of the massing, the architectural character. I understand the larger argument about the neighborhood as a whole, but having visited the site, walking in that area every now and again, going over and getting coffee and such, there is something to be said for kind of respecting the scale on that side of the street, on the Lincoln side. There are a couple of good case studies in the neighborhood, and working with community members to kind of resolve these differences. Could be to the applicant's benefit. And then piggybacking on Henry's idea about college and kind of going up a little taller on college, I think that's where you do it. The building is, in terms of its proportion right now, it feels really squat. And I don't know if it's just, if you could step this back if you can go higher, it really starts to help make that. And I know it's only one parcel in a massive street, a very long street, but it starts to bring the scale down of the street as well. That was one thing I was kind of looking for on looking at it Google Street View, and kind of walking along College is something to kind of put a little bit more pressure on the street and kind of cut the street width and such down. So from a an urban design perspective, it's definitely makes sense on the College side of things. Let's see. I do also, worry about the access onto College, especially with the two curb cuts. I know the garages are restricted, or one is not a through access type of condition. And if there's possible control mechanisms out at College, I don't think so, because I think at that point, College has a suicide lane. So that's definitely something of concern, and I know that's sometimes these are out of the kind of scale and scope of the applicant's hands. But let's see. I think there were some great comments from the community members, especially as it relates to the contributors and non-contributors, and kind of the survey moving forward. Of the I guess the historical survey being kind of finished, and putting some of these other buildings that aren't, other homes that aren't contributing now, into kind of the contributing category. You just have to kind of, I guess, think a little bit ahead and think that that's certainly going to happen. And then there's some so there's some respect to be paid to those contributing properties. Let's see. And then I came up with a question for the applicant, I guess, but with the reduction of the parapet along College, does that expose the HVAC units and things like that?
No, what we were going to do is the parapet was going to be lowered, and then we were going to do a secondary low parapet that would actually just be a mechanical screen set, 20 or 30 feet back.
Sure, great, thank you.
And while I'm speaking, I just wanted to make sure that maybe when all the comments are done, if I could speak directly and just sort of pick your brains a little bit, just in terms of more direction. And if I could do that once I get all the comments.
Sure, Randy, that's fair to ask.
Absolutely. Yeah. I guess in terms of direction, too, I guess I'll just speak quickly about that. If there's a way, the architects on the board will do this much better than I can, but if there's a way to kind of bring the character of the craftsman into the fold, basically, and kind of start to look at some of the more immediately adjacent properties across the street and such on that block to really, be the guiding kind of force for this new building on Lincoln. Let's see. I think that's all for my comments right now. So, thank you.
Could you make comment towards the actual building on Lincoln Street? I know you talked about the height of College Avenue building, maybe going higher, but what are your thoughts on the building height for Lincoln Street?
Yeah, I think I guess I kind of talked around it initially, but I think the building height, it should be respected in terms of the 2-story or 35-foot rule. There are, adjacent. There's a second story-ish on the front of a home. There's some other second stories farther down the block. But I do think it's fairly. I think it's fairly imposing. You can get a good idea of it because there's a couple of existing redwoods that would kind of mimic the height of that building as it's proposed, and so it's pretty easy to understand how big and how large that mass is compared to everything else around it. So I think if those redwoods are staying or something like that, you might have more of a buffer or some visual kind of clutter in front of that thing. But I think as the design stands, as we're seeing it today, I think bringing that down to at least that 35 and looking at to see what that the two story actually means for the project I would definitely welcome that and encourage it for the applicant.
Great, thank you. Board Member Sharon.
Thank you. And thank you for everyone for the presentations and for the explanations from staff and from the applicant. I am, it sounds like I'm a lone proponent of the building as proposed. I fully understand and sympathize with the feelings of the neighborhood. And we've had numerous projects come before us with this neighborhood, and it's a lot to ask over and over of the neighbors here. But it also is, a part of and adjacent to directly downtown where plenty of development is happening. I would be less of a proponent of the new building if it was on its own. If it was just proposed on its own, I feel that it certainly is larger. And Board Member Kortenbach referenced this with looking at the specific Lincoln Avenue corridor and specific context. I was looking at the neighborhood as a whole in terms of my analysis of it. And I feel that if it was an individual building placed there, it would be very out of character and stick out like a sore thumb. I think that having it with adjacent to, connected to the 3-story building on College Avenue creates more of it. It nestles up against that 3-story building. It sticks out less. I think that I think that the applicants aren't doing themselves favors with their renderings and their choice of materials. As was referenced by community members, that there are, some of the pictures that involve some of the renderings make it look like that it's more the renderings that you've chosen are kind of inside baseball. Therefore, they're legible really to designers. We're able to see what's there, but to the uninformed or the just sort of the casual viewer, it looks like this giant building is there, the green expanse is there. I understand you're trying to take out some of the buildings that would block the view, but I feel that with having the building nestle up against the College Avenue building, actually it creates more of a whole, and I think that it actually creates more of a bounding for the block there. I also fully understand the concerns with it and the design concerns, and I'm fully on board with going for a continuance as well. I think that some rethinking could be very valuable for this. One of my concerns with that, with adding a story onto the College Avenue structure, I would really want to see any proposal that would come with that and how it would look in it. So if the extra height did not look tacked onto it and just kind of plopped onto this existing building, it's not a beautiful building to begin with. And so to have something that is potentially not really a contributing building to the neighborhood, it's not Craftsman, it's not Art Deco, it's not the Spanish style. It's an office building, and to try and make it look like something, we're getting into some of that mimicking, and it's going to have to be very sensitively done. And so, yeah, I think that any rethinking that's going to happen I'm going to really want to see what's there. I think that will wrap up my comments for right now. Thank you.
Okay, this is Nick. Can I comment real fast on this idea of adding to the existing College Avenue building?
If it's just out of the question, you mean?
Yeah. It's been brought up a few times, and I just wanted to make a quick point.
Sure.
ZFA did a structural analysis for us when we first bought the property, and adding a 4th story was something we looked at. Basically, it's just not feasible, the structural integrity that's there, without completely re-engineering the whole building, which would sort of do away with the whole purpose of trying to change what's there and work with it. So that was our first thought, was to try to go up. We couldn't do it. And so we said, okay, we can work with 3 stories, and that's how we are here.
Understood. Appreciate it. That'll save us some time on other comments, probably. Let's see. I haven't heard from Board Member Wagle.
Thank you, Chair Kincaid. I guess I'll comment on the adaptive reuse, and then and to help you guys just with So when Randy kind of talked about the what was going on with the parapet, the reduction of the mansard, and then kind of dealing with that, I would be in favor of just locking and then figuring out a new parapet system, HVAC, and then just creates a flat roof. I think you're starting to get the there to do that anyway. So why not just do that to all four sides? And because I think my problem with the back side, the rear, is that it doesn't match what you've done to the other three sides. So, you know, you kind of dressed up the other three sides, brought it a little bit more modern, taken away some of the kind of awkward office building and kind of softened it a little bit. So I think if you lop the mansard off everywhere and just figure out a new way to do a parapet and a mechanical screen, I think it'll look way better. And then match what's been done the back. And I think a materiality change away from horizontal siding to another material might be more effective at brick a little bit better. I don't know what the answer is, but I don't think the siding's the right solution. Maybe I know Warren's a big fan of like hard trowel stucco, which can kind of look kind of really neat. And that may be actually the answer there, because you know then you have two kind of hard surface products. And then I think a general comment for both projects, and this is an interior thing since I am an architect. I think the studios may be more successful if you find a way to reduce the size of the kitchen. The kitchens feel a little big, and so the living space isn't as comfortable. So like maybe like a single-sided galley type kitchen instead of, you know, double sides or L's or U's or things like that. Might find you a little bit more helpful there, Randy, to open up some of that studio space and free up some space for the tenants. So those are my comments, I think, on the front building. Regarding the back building, I did go out to the site, and I think what's really unique about Lincoln Street is that datum point that exists on Lincoln Street to the frontage of pretty much every house. So if you stand in the middle of the street, you can kind of see that from the curb to the front of every house, it's about 20. And I think one of my big concerns with this particular building is it did not respect that datum point. You respected the setback, but you didn't respect the historical datum point of kind of how the rest of the houses were set up. And I think you need to do that with this new building. So you need to push it back and match where the houses are. That'll also give you some nice front yard potentially for your tenants that they can utilize, you know, along with the neighborhood. Let's see. Another thing I think that's really unique about Lincoln Street is it's almost primarily single story. And where it is two-story, it's not a full two-story, it's little garage pops. Or in the case of some of the properties that are on the north side that were built, they look to be built maybe in like the 70s or the 80s, they're low on the front side towards the street and they respect that datum point, and then they have an upper higher area in the backside. And I think what's important to notice about that is that's starting to create a transition between a residential neighborhood that is very much single story to a arterial corridor for Santa Rosa, which is in College Avenue. That could be 3 stories, 4 stories, 5 stories, 6 stories, whatever. And so that I think is what is not happening across the Lincoln Street property, is that transition between low and high. And that does need to occur there to respect the neighbors, the street, and kind of what's happening there. So I do appreciate you guys wanting to add density in housing, but you're not respecting the scale of the neighborhood. Another piece that my wheels started spinning on is, you know, a lot of the kind of self-imposed limitations that you guys have given yourselves are a resultant of the height of the building, of building B, right? If you are below 30 feet, you don't have to deal with that apparatus, the fire apparatus stuff. So you could potentially expand the footprint of the building a little bit on the property, right? Because you're no longer having to provide that EVA access or the aerial access. So I wonder about that. If you don't go to 45 feet, you only go to 30 feet. Maybe that, and I don't know how the density would work out in terms of, you may have to lose some parking underneath the building, which I think, to your point, Nick, you were talking about the flexibility of decoupling parking with the units. People may not want to park, or maybe they want to park in that's a couple blocks away, or whatever. I think there's a lot of flexibility there from a renter standpoint, just my opinion. I don't dislike what Randy has done with the kind of Art Deco, Art Moderne. I think it can fit. I think it's just a scale issue because, again, in the neighborhood, the properties that are all in that style are all two-story, and most of them are office buildings, not residential buildings. But I don't think that matters. So I'm okay with kind of the Art Moderne, Art Deco. I think it can fit. I mean, there's not all Craftsman's on Lincoln Street. I mean, there are a lot of Craftsman's, don't get me wrong, but right across the street, there's kind of 3 Spanish revivals that are, there's 2 duplexes and then I think a single family with like a little garage apartment above it. So I think that's what's beautiful about the historic district is there's an eclectic nature to all of the architecture styles that are there. So I don't dislike the style you're going for. And I think those are my comments. I hope that helps. I do want to point out something that I think is really, really, really important, and it's in the design guidelines 4.7-6 G, new construction. And it says, item 1 says designs for new construction can be contemporary, right? So that's what I'm saying. You can do whatever you want stylistically, I think, aside from maybe making it like highlighter pink. And then item 2 is specifically new construction to be compatible in height and proportion. And right now it's not doing that. So those are my comments. And that's why I think we should continue it.
Okay, thank you very much, Board Member Weigel. Vice Chair Hedgepeth, comments.
Thank you, Chair Kincaid. It's a very interesting balance in our city. I was really touched going through the neighborhood. I've lived here 40 years, and a general comment: you look at the Burbank historic area and the St. Rose district. There are common things about them. At the fringes, things are happening at the perimeter. And when I was in the neighborhood, I talked to the people there, and I had a great conversation with this Leslie Graves. She actually lives in a Spanish revival that, as said previously, it's kind of an up and down. And we talked about various things, and I have to include beyond architecture some things here that are social. I saw older people in walkers. They would smile at me. There were younger people there. And the idea that there was variety in the first place between 1880 and through the 20s. We talk about now being more of a salad than a melting pot, that if you have just lettuce, iceberg lettuce, it's pretty boring. So you have walnuts and all these other kinds that makes it great. So there are a lot of different choices and options, but speaking historically here, one of the reasons that Craftsman troubles me is in taller buildings, it's tough to pull off. It was said earlier, and thank you, Drew, about the plaster situation. I'm going to speak directly about the new building, and then I'll go to the 320. I was thinking all of Randy's hard work in this building. And one of the ideas was that with the fire department intact in place, with all of the apparatus and equipment working. One of the things that really juts out about the plan is the stairwell toward Lincoln Street. And one of the ideas was that if you took the third floor of this building and took units 13 and 10 and relocated them above the fourth floor in the back, I think you can all see this. This is just a diagram of a step back. Your 2 stories that face the street, as Drew had mentioned with the 20 feet are there, your 3rd story is pushed back. Your 4th story remains, but the units that were extracted from the 3rd floor could be on a 5th floor. The reason why is that you can serve 4 or less units with 1 stair. And on the 3rd floor, if you took out units 10 and 13, you have 4 units there. The providence of the elevator being in place in the rear makes all that happen. Carefully said, on an architectural level, we can look to history. Irving Gill was said to be a contemporary architect, and he worked with plaster buildings. I was born in San Diego. I was in preschool in a wonderful building there that was plaster in La Jolla, and it had strong, simple walls. And there's also Julia Morgan, and there's a hotel she did in Berkeley. And it's a plaster building. It doesn't have a lot of ornamentation as it grows. It has some at the door. But I'm just going to comment here, and I don't want to get ahead of myself, but I just wanted to share to Drew's point about the modern or some style. And this is, again, my agenda here is potentially a consideration of the Cultural Heritage Board liking the style of the architecture, the history, but embracing the density and salvaging much of the floor planning and work done and having it on our code. So this, if you can see this is a step back with, it would be a timbered or a trellis effect that would move from the ground floor to, you have 2 stories, which emulates the district. But as you slip back, all of that stair that juts out is now in a different consideration. It's simply not there, that large modern element. And if I don't want to tire you any more than this, but this sketch is a sketch, if everyone can see that. This is actually kind of an Iberian, very simple. It doesn't have any metal cladding. It's plaster. And you see the giant oak tree. The oak tree would tower above a 5-story building in the back. The political petition here is that with the Cultural Heritage Board and the community enjoying 2-story, sourcing a 3-story, the 4th floor being quite a bit further back, the massiveness of that beautiful oak, it may live in I'm not sure if Don McNair's still here, but they're supposed to live 300 years. If it's 150 years old, another 150 years. But that tree towers above even a 6-story building. But just said simply, the potential that there may be a foothold of tolerance with the neighborhood because the building is so deep on a lot patterning, you're actually far back beyond the lots that are on Lincoln with the back 5th of that building. So if you understand clearly here, Ian Hardage is someone to respect. The building doesn't swing around 90 and nudge back to the back building because I think accessibility is an issue and it compromises, it trips up all the parking that was being considered. And I, for one, I do experience when I go on Lincoln Street, particularly from the west side coming off College, meeting cars isn't fun because you have very little time to cognate what to do. I'm almost thinking about whether it's when you leave this building, if it's a right turn exit only going out, so that Lincoln would not be impounded anymore with residents of the new building, jettisoning out and taking a right-hand turn going west, right in that, I'll say the word tender area. It takes very British slow driving to be on that street. And I know the traffic reports said as much, that it's 30 feet wide and they're accepting it. But my highlights so far are that you could pull off an architectural style. I don't quite know if it's the modern, but I'll simply say this. The work of Julia Morgan in Berkeley, that's a tall building, but it's very simple. We'd be a third as tall as it is. But look at Irving Gill's work and think of that. I don't think it's out of the question to have simple roofs going up, which may be less money. That whole little sketch I did may be less money than the modern. Those are my general comments that salvage a lot of Randy's work that he's done with the petition about the mass being moved way deep into the project. On the 320 college building, yes, it is. It's a utilitarian, sleepy building. At least it's got strong brick. I could maybe live with what Randy has done. There have been comments about the parapet and what happens. I want to respect Randy's hard work with the fire department and the access. And I'll say this much. I see the frontage of college being a different horse than Lincoln. Lincoln can have its own horse. It can have an Appaloosa, and the front can have a Morgan or whatever, an Arabian. But I don't see the need to fuse these two buildings together. I think the oak tree happily can handshake either scheme. And I think in general, I've spoke enough about the considerations. I know that there were some strong motions I want to respect about why don't you just keep it 35 feet. I'm going back to my salad. I don't want iceberg lettuce in my salad. I want variety. I think it's wonderful that this is a market rate project that it disclosed. They're not doing a gym, a spa. They're not going to have parrots flying through an atrium. It's baseline as a building, but it allows residents. In some ways, you think of the senior people in Santa Rosa and these districts that are allowed to stay there. Leslie Graves said, Warren, when we leave our conversation, I'm going to Bethlehem Towers to volunteer there. It's a wonderful place. I do some social work. And I was struck with that. There's no Bethlehem Towers in anything I'm saying. But I just want to say that Santa Rosa deserves to have its residents stay here. And I'm always going to advocate that the salad not be bland or weak and that people can stay. Those are my comments.
Before I make my comments, I'll just check in with the board and see if there's any other comments to be made prior to my comments, and then handing it to the applicant for some questions. Okay, with that, I'll go ahead and make my comments. I appreciate the direction that this is going. Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Henry. You were trying to unmute yourself, I see.
Yeah, sorry about that. I've had trouble with that all night. I didn't give much direction to Randy and the team. So I just wanted to weigh back in. I think Drew's comment about the datum point for the setback of the Lincoln Street part of it is, I think it holds pretty true to me too. I just think it's just a little too far forward on Lincoln Street, and that front yard aspect of it. I'm very intrigued by Warren's sketching and his very thoughtful way of trying to salvage and not have to redraw. Architects, we work so hard to bring a project to this level and to have it meet without approvals is difficult, and I can sympathize with having a redraw without some hope of salvaging what started. So that would be one approach. But also, if another approach was taken with it and I'm talking specifically about the Lincoln Street building, the new B building, if I might approach it from taking the whole width of the project of the site and not making it a long, narrow building, but making it front more along Lincoln Street. And I'm thinking, I just did a quick unit count, that you might get the units back that you lost on floors 4 and 3 if you double the size of the footprint and increase the ground level studios from 2 to particularly 4, because you wouldn't need that 26-foot wide access to get back to your parking. I take a look at that approach. I take a look at what Warren suggested with the step back and the tiering. The tiering kind of works because of the elevators in the back, so you'd have access to all 4 floors or potentially a 5th floor. I like the idea of taking the mansard off the front of the building. I would concur with board member Weigel's approach with that, and coming up with something a little cleaner. It helped modernize that building just a little bit too. So look forward to seeing it again soon.
Thank you, Board Member Wicks. So as I was saying, my comments, a lot of my architectural comments and just design comments have been said. I do like the way in which this is going as far as a continuance. The whole time I was reviewing it, I was kept hoping I'd see the word concept in front of the review, but it says preliminary. And so we don't have a whole lot of choices when looking at something that preliminary that doesn't really fit what we're looking for, what the design guidelines are looking for, and trying to clear that large hurdle of the building height finding, that it doesn't detract from the neighborhood. I particularly like, where Warren was taking it as an option. And I also would agree that, some wider frontage on Lincoln Street, as long as the massing was brought down and pushed back, respecting the data point of the neighborhood, would be very successful as well. And so I mean, again, I don't think I have anything else to offer from a design perspective, but I had the same feelings. And I would just kind of echo that the neighborhood it's on the Lincoln side, it's very sleepy. It's calming. It's, and this kind of brings a big element that would kind of, in my opinion, take over the street in view, and you'd miss a lot of that calming neighborhood feel. So it's my thoughts. Randy, I'd like to keep the discussion between the board and applicant brief as it can be, but if you've got some poignant questions that you'd like clarifications on, certainly hear from you at this point.
Sure. No, I'd definitely be brief. I don't think I've got necessarily a lot of questions. I mean, I sort of agree with on the front building. That's probably better to clean it up a little bit and not try to necessarily relate to the back building. So I think that'll make that existing building go a little smoother. So, and I definitely think what Warren was suggesting is probably the most logical approach, because I sort of head scratched over that a little myself too. It was just a question of, if we go to essentially a 5-story building in the back, I mean, I'm just trying to get a feel for, is that enough that, say, if the front, because right now the 4-story portion, the main part of it, other than the tower that sort of extends above the stair landing, is probably close to 40 feet back from the curb. So I guess that's the trick, that there's some distance that we can go to the 3, and it's still going to be a big building. And still, the house to the east is still going to have a 5-story element next to its rear yard. So if we go in that direction, I'm just trying to get a feel for, the board in general. I mean, if that's approvable. does seem like that's probably the only way to maintain the density and to get the impact on the street down is to try to get that 2 stories to extend back, at least 30 or 40 feet from behind the sidewalk.
Real quick, Randy, Warren, thanks for your thoughts on that design. I guess my biggest question with 5 stories is, you guys recently approved a project around the corner in the same district. It was a 5-story building that was not supported by CHB. So do you have any thoughts or comments on how CHB would react to another 5-story building in their district? I don't think they would particularly care for it.
No. I'm on mute, aren't I? Yeah.
No,
okay.
You're good.
Okay.
Yep, you're good.
You're talking.
Okay, thank you. Well, here's the consideration. It's such a very small portion. If I look at a percentage, I was actually advocating as few as 2 units on the 5th floor. Is it 87%? I mean, if you did this whole average, I'm trying to look at the visual impact from the street, look at the 2-story sourcing to 3, getting that 4th floor to pare down. This whole terracing effect. And here's that sketch of mine again, okay? So if you're from the community, I didn't even show the house that's here, but the presence of mind is that you have a very small piece of this project is 5-story. It's kind of like Rhode Island sitting on top of Connecticut and Tennessee and Texas. And I'm sorry for my analogies, but that, again, being an advocate of the 40 units and being kind and benevolent right at the street level where people talk, walk, make memories on Lincoln, the whole idea of that 4th floor being snipped and going from 2 to 3 for a while, that opens up a whole sensitivity of people kind of feeling at home more in the neighborhood. And I know that if you rotate this building around 90, it's going to be a struggle with trying to get at least 1 stall per on the, just simply having a garage there and having fire access. So I liked everyone on the board talking about rotating at 90. I think that's a kind thing to do. But I'm here simply saying that history could come into the picture in a different way. As fun as the modern is, maybe I'm going to be called the simple plaster guy, but if you get these Irving Gill books out and you see how deftly, how beautifully he worked with these styles, recess the windows back, whether you have clay or not, I'm not certain, but that would be a dignified building to be around. And I'm reaching because there's a great guy named Kierkegaard. He said, life is understood backwards, but must be lived forward. And I respect backward. I respect history, but I'm reaching out myself, wanting to embrace the need for housing. I don't want you to lose 40 units. I don't want to displace people and have a bland culture. So if the record, the tape's running here, and people can take pot shots at me, but I'm a twofer kind of a guy, and I think it could work. And we'll see what others say.
Yeah. No, and I definitely agree with that. I mean, I think we could go more plaster, simplify it, try to do more. I mean, not necessarily Spanish revival, but certainly relate to that aspect of the character in the neighborhood. Because I think the Spanish revival and the Art Deco of some type are probably the 2 styles in the neighborhood that you can actually do in a multi-story building decently. As far as the 5-story portion, I'm thinking, that's probably where I'm going to put the 2-bedroom units, because I want to leave the front of the building for the studio so I can lower it as much as possible. I mean, if it's way in the back of the site and I can get, 3,000 square feet of space up there, that really frees me up to be able to lower the remainder and to push the building back away from the street and create that yard. So,
and there are historic.
Yeah, I mean, if we can.
Yeah, go
Yeah,
ahead.
we can live with, with that larger 5-story element, sitting in the back next to the existing 3-story building. Yeah, that probably does free up some space. And
if my dad was born in Oakland in 1911, and he lived next to the Party Mansion in an Italianate house. I have a reverence for history. A lot of buildings in the East Bay that were plaster, they take the final area. Sometimes it was a cupola effect, but maybe it's an olive or chocolate brown. It's paneled in wood. It's not plaster. So it's kind of a 4-story that element sources up to, that you can look at some treatments like that where it's not necessarily, it's so far back anyway. But yes, I would have you, this is memory lane. I have a long memory, Randy. You, times past, did a seismic redo of the St. Rose School. Did that not happen? Isn't it wonderful that I can speak to you 32 years later? Is that about the time frame?
Pretty close, unfortunately.
I think it's 32 years ago. You were tasked by the Catholic Church to take that building, and it has a lot of recessed detailing. Yes, it has the rope like Balboa Park in San Diego. It has the roped epaulet tower in front, but forgetting that, just the things you did 30 years ago will surge back and give you new life.
Okay, I like that.
Okay.
I think from the height standpoint, Randy, I mentioned this to the folks that I walk the neighborhood with. The DRB in and of itself hasn't really had a fear of heights per se. I think the conversation and the yeoman's work will be to get the CHB on board with that, as you mentioned. And so, I'd recommend, as I'm sure you will, just, start out with a sketch like Warren's and say, here's what we're thinking as a redesign here to, accommodate the neighborhood, and see where you get with that, and some conversations with CHB members and, quite frankly, some more members of the neighborhood there.
Okay, that sounds
I think aesthetically, one of the things that I liked that you've done with bringing in the Art Deco style is that with the height that you have, you've brought in the horizontality, and I wouldn't want to see you lose that for whatever you're going towards now, and where any other direction, Warren's ideas and what you guys are talking about. Keep bringing that horizontality, because it brings into squatness to the height of the building, which can will be on, I think, in your favor going to CHB and in referencing the neighborhood as a whole. So keep going horizontal, I think.
It's interesting, to Adam's point, the faculty club at UC Berkeley is a Mabec building. It's plaster with wood. It's a beautiful building. It's a long john building like this, but look at Google Faculty Club Berkeley, and you will see Mabec's building there. And it's a wonderful triumph. It has some trellising, some wood, some plaster, and it speaks to Adam's hunger for the horizontal.
Okay.
Yeah, and I would just say I agree with Warren. Don't go turning the building.
Yeah.
But
I looked at the whole 90-degree turning, and it
don't go turning the building.
It didn't work. Yeah.
But I would say, it'd be smart to have an option that isn't 5 stories in your hip pocket. Maybe when you talk with the neighbor. So, and that's kind of what I was talking about. Like, maybe you lose 2 or 3 parking spaces, or maybe 4 underneath the building, and you go a little shorter, and you find ways to get your same unit count and same square footage in a different overall rectilinear footprint. So it's still long, but maybe it's a little bit wider.
Right.
So that's what I was thinking, that because in the event that, CHB is kind of unfavorable to 5 stories, which they very well may be, that it may be good to have something in your back pocket in that regard.
Okay. Great. Appreciate all the input.
Absolutely. Okay, so we do need to take a vote on the continuance. So we've got a continuance to a date uncertain. Second, a lot of good dialogue. And so I'll ask Patty for a roll call.
Okay, can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Okay. All right, Board Member Wicks.
You're muted.
Oh, Board Member Wicks.
Aye.
Okay, Board Member Weigel.
Aye.
Board Member Sharon.
Aye.
Board Member Cordenbrock.
Aye.
Vice Chair Hedgepeth.
Aye.
Chair Kincaid.
Aye. Okay, well, that concludes item 8.1. Why don't we take a 10-minute recess so that everyone can refresh, and we will, let's just reconvene at 8 p.m.
Just as a reminder, this is Board Member Cordenbrock. I'll be abstaining from 8.2. So should I come back on or just drop off and come back for 8.3?
Board Member Cordenbrock, no, that's fine. And I can let you know when we're getting ready for item 8.3.
Yeah, thank you. I'll have it up as well. So
Okay.
Either way, thank you.
Okay.
Hey, Scott, can you talk? I had to do new headphones. I want to make sure they're working.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Thanks, sir.
Yeah, you got it.
Okay, Chair Kincaid, it looks like we're ready when you are.
Okay, I'll ask that all design review board members turn your cameras back on so we can get going. All right, looks like we're all here. Board member Cordenbrock is abstaining from this item. So we'll go ahead and open up the meeting again, and we are on to item 8.2. This is a concept design review for 425 Humboldt Street Apartments, located at 431 Humboldt Street, file number DR20-061. And I will turn it over to Senior Planner Ross for another presentation.
Thank you, Chair Kincaid, members of the Design Review Board. I'm going to go ahead and start sharing. Hopefully we don't have any technical glitches in this presentation. And if you could just verify you see the presentation on your screen.
Yes, we do.
Great, thank you. So again, I am Senior Planner Adam Ross with the Planning Department here with the city. The item before you is 425 Humboldt Street Apartments. This is the concept design review. The address is 431 Humboldt Street. There's some lot mergers that are going to happen that's going to change the intended address is going to be the 425, or I should say lot line adjustments to be specific. So that's that discrepancy there. Okay, so here's just an aerial view. This is within the downtown station area specific plan between Riley Street and Humboldt Street. And this is just for your consideration to see the concept design as proposed right now. So it's an 8-story mixed-use residential building, 94 total units, 12 studio, 58 one-bedroom, 24 two-bedroom. Floors 1 through 2 are mixed use, and then the remainder of the floors are residential. It's approximately 143,645 square feet of building. There's a 4,230 square foot courtyard and a 467 square foot roof terrace. It's roughly 91 feet tall from street grade to the topmost point of the building. There are 71 parking spaces proposed with this project. So here's an aerial view of the project site. As you can see, it's just right in the downtown section. At the bottom of this aerial view, you'll see its proximity to Courthouse Square. And as previously, as the previous project that we saw, this is within the downtown station area specific plan boundary as well. The zoning here is core mixed use. The floor area ratio is 8. So that's the highest that the highest FAR assigned to CMU of the new zoning district, CMU, MMU, NMU, and et cetera. So here's a concept site plan for the project. So you see, this is kind of the layout of the building. This is the existing 2-story building next to the property. This is an existing 1-story building to remain, and then a 5-story building adjacent to the property as well. So here's the first floor level plan for your review. So again, I believe that was 71 parking spaces provided over 2 levels. So the 2nd-story floor plan. And then here's in the front section, you see I should point this out, office space and lobby space for the building and residences. There's an office space for a separate tenant proposed with this concept, with this conceptual design, as well as some of the amenities for the residents of the proposed building. So again, this is the second floor plan. 3rd floor plan. As you can see, there's some open space in the center. And of course, I'm just doing a brief overview, and the applicant team will get into greater detail with this, with these images. And this is 4th through 7th floor plan. There's the open space courtyard in here on the 3rd floor. Here's the 8th floor plan. The roof plan. Here's the elevations for your consideration as they relate to the design guidelines for the downtown station area specific plan. And so here's space between towers of the building. And then these are the elevations in that courtyard, that interior courtyard, as you look at the building. And here's that 3D rendering again of the project. And see, here's that courtyard, and here are the bridges between the units, or I should say between the buildings, connecting the upper floors. And the front elevation on Humboldt Street has activated ground floor space with transparency of the non-residential 1st floor. So here's some more 3D images proposed for your reference. See, there's the existing 5-story building adjacent to the site as well. Here's another one for your reference. And I believe this is the last one for your reference. I apologize. And then here's the materials, the material page provided with the concept packet. And then here's the the conceptual landscape plan. And this further defines that interior courtyard, as well as the roof terrace. So the Planning and Economic Development Department recommends that the Design Review Board provide comments and direction for the 425 Humboldt Apartments project. Any questions you may have for staff, I am available for that. And sorry, and just to clarify, I'll be reusing that presentation for the applicant team.
Okay. Any questions for staff? Okay, seeing none, I will invite the applicant to present. And if you could give your name and association to the project as you're speaking, that would be very helpful and appreciated. So welcome.
And we are in the process of unmuting the applicants.
So this is Rob Robinson, and Tom Robertson is going to be giving this part of the presentation. I'm the president of IGH Partners, which is the sponsor for this project, and Tom and I are business partners. So I'm hoping that he's available to make the initial presentation.
We don't see Tom Robertson on, so Mr. Robertson, if you've called in, if somebody knows your phone number, maybe that's you.
Well, this is Robinson, so yeah, it's sorry, I'm Robinson, he's Robertson. I can give you his phone number to call.
So he is on the call. He needs to, if we could clarify how to raise hands so he could identify himself, and then we could give him. We can unmute him to speak.
Star 9 will raise hands. Okay, you can unmute yourself now. Yeah.
Hello. Can you hear me?
Yes, good evening, Tom.
Yeah, hi, it's Tom Robertson. How are you all this evening? Pardon me for not having figured out how to unmute myself. I know a couple of you over the many years I've been involved in Santa Rosa. I worked with a couple of you. In any case, thank you for reviewing our project tonight. I know you put in a lot of hours and the pay is not great. So in any case, thank you. This is an exciting project for the downtown. It's exactly what the City Council has mandated under the new station update plan, and it's a QOZ project. As you probably know, the area is a qualified opportunity zone. What we have decided to do is to work entirely with a local team. So we hired TLCD Architects and Wright Construction to keep it entirely local. It is a very good description of the project. One minor edit to the text that the staff presented. We're not going to have barbecues in that central courtyard area because it could create odors and smoke and so on. But we will probably have a barbecue in the entertainment deck up on the top floor. This is a high-end apartment project, not unlike the ones which have been built down near the ballpark in San Francisco. But to give you a little bit of background, I've been doing development since the 1980s. Our company did the Rosenberg department store building and brought Barnes & Noble to the downtown. We were very involved in 600 Bicentennial. And many of our projects have won AIA awards. The Barnes & Noble project won an award from the California Art Deco Society. I will turn the discussion of the architecture over to my architect. Before I do that, I want to introduce my partner. Rob Robinson, first of all, has lived in Santa Rosa and actually was one of the founders of the Wine Country Triathlon, an interesting sidelight. He has an extensive background in investment banking with First Boston, and also has done a considerable amount of property development in the Middle West, in Arizona, and also in San Francisco. And I've done a fair amount of development in San Francisco, but also have owned 625 Fifth Street, which is adjacent to the project for many years. So I will, with that, turn it over to David De Los Santos, who's our architect at TLCD. And again, thank you for reviewing the project and giving us your comments. Very important to us. Could you hear that?
I heard it.
Yeah, Tom, we heard you loud and clear.
Okay, you will need to unmute yourself.
Yeah, the description, did any of you hear any of that? Because I did *6 and it seemed to unmute. Can you hear me?
Yeah, Tom, we heard the presentation loud and clear. We're just pausing to let David De Los Santos get prepared.
Okay, thank you very much.
You bet.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Welcome.
Okay, thank you. So this is Don Tomasi, principal of TLCD Architecture. And as Tom mentioned, this is a project we're all very excited about as a part of a larger movement in downtown Santa Rosa to bring a lot of housing, much needed housing into our downtown. In two of those projects were actually very nearby this, just to the left of our project here in those parking lots across from Riley Street will be 420 Mendocino, the 420 Mendocino project that the board has reviewed. And then up in the upper left corner to the right of the Press Democrat building, there is the 556 Ross Street that the board has also reviewed. And those projects are 7 and 8 stories respectively, ours is 8. The building configuration began as a more conventional U-shaped building, but it really blocked off the solar access to the adjacent building to the north of us, owned by Hugh Futrell. So we ended up coming up with these 2 towers, and we sort of took a big building and pulled it apart and created this courtyard in the middle with 2 towers connected by bridges. And it ended up being a win-win situation. It's a really nice configuration for our project, and it gives Hugh Futrell's project a lot of solar access. And we've been working with Hugh on this project. We met with him a couple of times. He did ask a couple of questions in a email that I believe the board has seen. And one is he had asked if there was a 5-foot setback between our building and his, and yes, indeed there is. And he had asked if that space between the 2 buildings would be enclosed, and yes, it's enclosed by gates. And then the other thing he asked is that if there would be windows facing toward his building. And the answer is that we just have windows, and you'll see these in one of the next slides, at the corner units facing the street, and then at the end of the hallways. So we can talk about that a little bit later. So next slide, please. And actually, if you can go to the next rendering, actually, I'll just scroll through a few of these. Almost there. Okay, then next slide. There we go. Perfect. Yeah, right there. So we're on Humboldt Street now, looking at Futrell's building, looking to the south. And so the strip of windows you see on the side of the building are the only windows on the north side. That on the one, these on the Humboldt side, and then also on the Riley side. So for the most part, there's not many windows looking at his building. And actually, if you can go to the next slide as well. So this is the side that you'll see the most, probably be the most visible, at least until taller buildings are built in front of it. And the configuration here really defines the appearance of the project, having these two fairly narrow buildings. And these slender building elevations are even accentuated because we're expressing the stairway different, the stair tower separate from the units themselves. We have a recessed slot of windows at the end of the corridors. And it really helps dematerialize the mass of the building, which is something we're really happy about. The main building entry will be on Humboldt Street, so it's the first space when you closest to us on this building. And in the entire length of Humboldt Street frontage, there will be ground level resident amenity spaces, which will be a lobby, leasing office, recreation areas, and so forth. And then be a separate tenant space, also 2 stories at the far end of the building on Humboldt Street. And then there'll be a landscape courtyard on the 3rd level, which Christina Talbot of Quadriga will discuss later, and an 8th floor amenity space. And I believe the staff mentioned there was a roof deck. There actually is no roof deck, but there is this 8th floor deck that opens onto a common area that all of the tenants can use. One thing about the building that will greatly affect its appearance is that it will be a hybrid mass timber structure over 2 floors of concrete construction. And we're still sorting out exactly what's mass timber and what isn't, but we expect the floor and the roof planes to be mass timber, which will allow the underside of these surfaces to be expressed as they are, to be a clear finish over the wood, which will really result in a striking skyline. And we've also sloped the roofs up at both street frontages to not only to get a higher, greater space within the units, but also it helps with the roof line of the building too. And I think it adds a lot of interest and really puts that timber on display. And then there's a pair of columns up in the very top too that'll be mass timber as well. That will be supporting the roof, also a clear finished wood. And the use of mass timber, which along with other important environmental advantages, sequesters carbon. And it's an important component of the sustainability strategies being employed throughout the building. The visible photovoltaic panels on both of the towers are another means of expressing the sustainable strategies going on within the building. And there'll be rooftop photovoltaics as well. So the design approach I mentioned earlier envisions a single building that's pulled apart and creates this courtyard that's a very unique, sort of a private, quiet space for use by all the tenants. And you'll see it's got a blue color. I'll talk about materials a little bit later, but the red you're seeing will actually probably be a little bit softer in color like that than that. It'll be a vertical, random spaced standing seam material. And then the stair towers will be a metal tile or shingle rather. And then we're looking at a very deep, rich blue color on the inside to create, again, a very different space than the streetscapes. And you can see the bridges spanning between the 2 buildings. Those will be glulam beams, most likely painted due to their exposure, but again, mass timber. The Humboldt Street facade and the Riley facade are a little bit different. The Riley Street facade is longer than the Humboldt Street facade, but they're both use the same architectural vocabulary. And the longer Riley Street facade also features 2 full height resets to break at the length of the building. And it's less class given its Western exposure. And another interesting thing that may not be readily apparent is that whereas most podium buildings have a clear demarcation between the concrete podium and the apartments above, we're actually kind of intertwining those two, and we're actually using the metal cladding over the concrete in places and pulling it back in places to reveal the concrete. So it's a more pedestrian-friendly experience along the streets. The next slide. This is a view on Riley Street looking north. And again, you can see the building looks similar. There's actually more balconies on this facade to provide more shading since it faces east. You can't see the vertical slots on this building. In fact, this building is really hard to see in elevation at all, at least along the street frontages. But where you see the breaks in the roof up on the top is where the slots are, which are about 3-4 feet wide and about 2 feet deep. And again, there'll be less windows, to a small degree, less windows.
That's Tom's building. That's the next
facade, given the eastern exposure.
Yeah, about twice as big as this.
Okay, next slide. So this is the final slide I'll touch on before Christina takes over here. And I already talked about the colors when we saw the rendering and so forth, but again, we have the reddish brown vertical standing seam metal cladding, concrete exposed at selected areas along the street frontages. And then we have the deep blue painted cement plaster in the courtyard, and the metal shingles on the stair towers that accentuate the verticality of the building, as do the photovoltaic arrays on the south facade. So that's an overview of the architectural parts of the buildings. And I will let Christina Talbot discuss the streetscapes and the courtyard on the 3rd floor.
Okay, let me see. Okay, Ms. Talbot, you've been unmuted.
All right, thank you. This is Christine Talbot from Quadriga. Thanks, Don. It sounds like a couple other people are still unmuted. So if I stop, that's why. Yeah, so the landscape approach, I think Don explained kind of the streetscape approach that we're looking to energize the street a little bit along, especially along Humboldt, where the entries to the buildings are. We're looking to incorporate some smaller street trees and some pavement material changes to help accentuate the entries to the building and to provide a little interest along the street, and also take advantage of the generous windows along the facade that will provide light and interest with indoor planters. So we'll really green up the Humboldt side of the street. Along the Riley side of the street, it's really a smaller pedestrian zone right now. There's some on-street parking, and there's really no street trees of note along that whole street. But we'd like to incorporate at least some vegetated bulb outs to demarcate the entries into the parking garages and provide a little wayfinding and some traffic calming along the Riley Street entrance. I think Don also mentioned that Hugh Futrell was interested in securing the setback area along the building between the two buildings, the building at the north and our building. And we will have lockable gates at those setback areas, along with a solid wooden fence along the south property line. Moving to the 3rd floor courtyard, which is really a very special space. As Don was talking about, the buildings pulled apart to create this open space for the residents and their guests. It acts as usable open space and also helps to filter views across from the two buildings to provide a little bit of privacy for residents. We envision the planting areas as undulating in height and then in size. So there'll be movement throughout the courtyard, creating these little nodes for people to gather in small groups or maybe a little bit larger groups as we move through COVID, and provide some interest with focal points and some lighting very soft lighting, and also to provide an airy tree canopy, not to overshade the area, but really to create kind of a filter in which people feel secure and have a little privacy as they use the space. Some of the uses that are envisioned in that area include maybe fire pits and some tables and chairs and very passive areas, quiet space for people to gather. As we move on to the other open space on the project at the 8th floor, the roof terrace, I think that's envisioned more of an active lounge. So there'll be an indoor-outdoor opportunity, and we like it to be very flexible and open. We've really focused our greenery at the edge, incorporating like a guardrail height planter that can act as that edge and have greenery spilling over. So it creates kind of a living wall in effect, just with the use of the planter. And then providing movable furnishings and things like that for people to create their own space. As usual, we'll meet the requirements of water efficient landscaping. Our plant list is included, and of course, I'm here to answer any questions. So I'll put it back to Dawn. Thank you so much.
Great, thank you. And I don't have anything else unless Tom or Rob want to add anything, but I believe that's the end of our presentation.
I'm not sure if I'm on mute or not, but we don't have anything to add, but we'd be happy to field people's questions and we'd love to hear your comments.
Excellent. Thank you, Rob, Tom, Don, and Christine. Appreciate the presentation, and we'll bring it back to the board for, let's go questions for the applicant team, and feel free if you've got questions direct for staff, we can certainly answer those, get those answered as well. So board member Weigel, we'll start with you.
This is just a question for Don. The reveal along Riley Street, Don, that the little bump in, does that have that diamond siding in it as well?
Yes, it does.
That's what it looked like. I just want to make sure.
Okay, board member Sharon.
Did you hear an answer? I didn't hear one.
He said, yes, it does.
Great, thank you. Thank you for the presentations. One question regarding the bridges between the buildings, and wondering, do they land in the courtyard? I'm seeing from your exterior elevations, it looks like they do, but I don't see in the landscape courtyard plan.
There's no structural supports in the courtyard. They span from building to building, if that's what you're getting at.
Okay. I guess on the north elevation, is what I'm seeing coming down through.
There are two downspouts, which may be what you're looking at.
So those are downspouts in the middle there?
Right.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Board member Wicks, questions?
Yeah, one quick one for Don. The parking areas, I'm just curious if you looked at a multi-park solution, a lift system versus having everything surface done. And if you hadn't, I would encourage you to maybe take a look at it, especially when you've got that 11-foot clear space, potentially to add a lift. And I'm not saying there's not enough parking, but you could add some more units by incorporating a lift system in there.
We absolutely have looked at those, and there may be some. There are concerns about them in this market. They're more readily acceptable in more urbanized areas like Oakland and San Francisco. There's a lot of questions about their acceptability by tenants in Sonoma County. And so the owner wanted to have as much conventional parking as possible. But again, we are considering some stackers.
Yeah, we got the height for it, so you could add them later on if you find a need that with market rate apartments, people want to hang on to their cars a little bit longer. That was it.
Vice Chair Hedgepeth, questions for the applicant? Still muted, Warren.
Okay. Yeah, this one's for Don. Just a quick question. Happy to see the use of CLTs with their flame rating being so low. I see in your roof plan, you're able to snuggle up CLTs right to the quick of the property line on one of the overhangs there in the longer building. And is it such that the combustibility and the code allows you to do a full snuggle to property line with CLTs?
We're not at the property line on the north or the south. We are along the street frontages, but
okay.
Yes, it is allowed.
Yeah, and that's you've capitalized there on the PUE. Once you're above, I think it's 14 feet, you can scooch out in the public right of way, all of your balconies and overhangs.
Right.
Yes, that's all.
Yeah, I just had a question more about circulation. Seems like obviously the Hummel Street side is more pedestrian friendly, if you will, entering a building as opposed to a parking garage. And so I'm kind of wondering how you see circulation of residents and occupants visiting the site.
So the internal circulation, which may or may not have appeared in the set you have in front of you, will now have elevators on both towers, so that tenants arriving in their cars can get to their units via an elevator for each tower. There is an entrance along Riley Street, pedestrian entrance, as well as the main entrance along Humboldt Street. I don't know if that answers your question, but.
Yeah, I was just wondering if there would, well, I can make it as a comment. I just was wondering if there was a more pedestrian friendly way for people to access on Riley Street. I mean, I see the entrances and there's on our set, there is an elevator, but you're in a parking garage. And then you don't really get into the meat and potatoes of the residential structure till the third floor. It just seems more comfortable to load from the Humboldt side and even walk across one of the bridges or the terrace. Just curious. It's something to look at.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think probably most people will come through the Humboldt entrance.
All right. Why don't we take comments? Let's give some constructive comments to the applicant team. Again, Board Member Weigel, we'll start with you.
Chair Kincaid, I'm sorry to interject one more time.
You got it.
To speed up the process. There's mention of a comment from Hugh Futrell, which was not passed on to the board, and I apologize for that, but I would gladly summarize this comment, which the applicant team has responded to, if that's okay.
Sure, go ahead.
Okay, so as stated, Mr. Futrell owns several buildings around this site, and he mentioned that the proposed building is of course exceptionally well designed, but there are two critical considerations and one technical consideration. The first is being a critical consideration is what setback is maintained between the proposed building and their proposed building. This proposed building and Futrell's proposed building. And then the second one is what is the treatment of Riley Street? And then the third technical consideration is that access to the ground level setback area, item F gate from Humboldt Street It's unclear if there's a fence or gate at Riley which adjoins their property. I think some of that was discussed in the applicant's presentation, but maybe if you would like for clarification, the applicant team can quickly summarize that if need be. And then there's a little bit more here where it states that the Humboldt apartment building at the proposal's north property line has 4 floors of lower income apartments that face the proposed building and are set back 7 to 8 inches from the common property on the terrace that provides additional fire access, as well as light ventilation for those units. This terrace and the units above will be subject to shadow throughout all daylight hours with this proposal. While they built first, they recognize that it doesn't give them special claim to solar access. However, the darkness impact of the proposal must be reasonably limited. And in this instance, it is reasonable that the walls above the podium line be set back a minimum of 5 feet from the common property line, along with the much larger effective setback that occurs with their central courtyard opening. There should be no windows along the setback line. The proposed plan appears to comply with this. Their art house project design concept aims to transform Riley Street over time into an attractive walkable space between 5th to 7th and 7th Street, and their frontage is being developed accordingly. And the bulb outs shown on this proposal are attractive, but Mr. Futrell encourages the discussion whether longer curvilinear projections and fewer smaller projections may create a more generous sense of streetscape. And access should be, and then a recommendation that access should be from fob or lock controlled to avoid any nuisance trespass on this property. And that concludes that public comment.
Great, thank you for reading that into record. Don and team, do you guys want to respond at all to any of those in more detail, or do you want us to just continue on with questions?
Just real quickly, again, we've been working, we've met with Hugh several times. We do observe a 5-foot setback. We have almost no windows on the north facade, as I mentioned before. Along Riley Street, there will be side obscuring louvers or a grate to conceal the parking. And there will be a locking or fob, controlled doors on the building. So I think we've met all of his objectives and criteria.
Great, thank you for the quick summary. Back to Board Member Weigel for comments.
It's great. It's a really beautiful building. I think I like some of the palette choices you've made materiality wise. And I myself am dying to do a cross laminated timber project because I think it's just an interesting and unique and potentially the kind of the material of the future in a way. So I find anything that I would alter or change, except for one little thing, and so this building, there's a office building, kind of like a small little office building that I guess it's on this property currently, and I should have asked this earlier. I think it'd be kind of the way you guys have designed it, that space goes away, but I'm wondering if that corner office is potentially for those folks to just go into that and just out of curiosity, because maybe they want to stay in the same spot. So that was my only kind of comment or question.
Yeah, and that's actually correct.
So beautiful. Can't wait to see you guys build this. Let's get it done.
Thank you, Board Member Weigel. Board Member Sharon, comments?
Yes, I will agree with Drew. It's a lovely project, lovely building, very tastefully done. I also agree that mass timber is going to be a very great use of it, and it's going to be striking when seen from below up there in the upper stories. Yeah, and I do appreciate the nods to sustainability that you've got with the solar and the timber, and that you're thinking about all this in there. Yeah, some of the things I wanted to had questions about were answered in your presentations or through our questions. So thank you for that. And I think the central courtyard is very tastefully done. Christine, of course, it's very nice that you're creating really beautiful, calm nooks. I can tell even just from your layout and your renderings. It's going to be a very pleasant place to be. I'm curious about the focal points you're thinking of. Can you talk about the focal points at all? I don't know if that's probably farther down the line, but were you thinking artistic? Were you thinking vegetated or?
Yeah, I think, right now we're just looking at a couple different options. Artwork has been discussed and maybe a water feature. I think the vegetation will certainly be a focal point throughout. But yeah, no major decisions yet.
Great. Yeah, and I like what as regards to the comment on Riley Street and the streetscape treatments. I like what you've done there, even with the angular layouts that you have. And that will do it for my comments. Well done. I look forward to it.
Great. Board Member Wicks, comments?
Yeah, I'll keep it short because I can just echo, or not echo, but agree and thank my fellow board members that just spoke. And I love the project. Can't wait to see it built. I'm glad you did keep a 5-foot setback on the north side of the project, giving the existing apartments in the 5 stories some breathing room. So beautiful project and can't wait to see it built.
Vice Chair Hedgepeth.
Okay, am I there? All right. Yes, it's a beautiful project. I deeply appreciate this coming to town. It gives me confidence that we can have certainly a blend, a combination of affordable market rate and those buildings that aspire. I'm certain Don and the team spent a lot of time with this yin yang, the extraction at the base where you enter and the little sky room above. And I can imagine the number of conversations about how far out does that go. That's probably what Hugh Futrell was aiming at. It is a reward and a treat to go to this sky room. It's a very symbolic place for people to just refresh, since 92 feet is high-rise country, or 92 feet 1 inch is high-rise, and just below that is mid-rise, excuse me. I think it's a wonderful job of looking at all those critical issues coming together. I know in some affordable buildings with CLT, in the interior, you have exposed conduit. Here, from what I can see in the renderings, there's going to be some kind of softening once you get in the units, because the glass is triumphantly wanting to get right to the quick in these floors. But that's small talk. But in general, I think this is a wonderful example of how to put an FAR right to the quick and be tasteful about it. Let's do it.
Thanks, Vice Chair Hedgepeth. I see your hand up. Board Member Wicks, go ahead.
Yeah, I just I meant to thank the development team for having the confidence in using the local group. It gives me hope that we're going to get out of being called the backwater of architecture and contracting. I went to an AIA board meeting many moons ago with my boss at the time, David Kingwell, and we'd submitted for an award, and the jurors called us the backwater of architecture. And it's just always stuck with me that someday we would climb to higher heights and get some respect. So thank you for having the confidence in the local team.
Well, Board Member Wicks, you stole my thunder. I had that ready to roll off my tongue. So I'll just say ditto on that one. My comments, just a couple considerations. I think that the pedestrian bridges could be a little bit more airy than they currently are. I think that would kind of serve that section well, and particularly when you're enjoying the courtyard, it might give you something else to kind of gaze at as you're seeing people pass through, and maybe, anyways, just a thought. And then the underside of the balconies, I couldn't really tell what the treatment would be there, but I think there's an opportunity to do those justice since there's several of them, and they become part of the skyline as you're walking down the street. So just would recommend you spend some time looking at that. It's hard from the materials board to really figure out what these the painted diamond shaped shingles are, and if they're just painted metal or if it's like a Kynar finish, prefabricated, durable, application. So I think it's just next time when you come back, hopefully we're not in Zoom mode, but if we are, maybe if we get a materials board that we could shoot around via courier, that'd be great. But again, echoing the thoughts there that have already been said, it's a fantastic project, and really appreciate the investors and bringing about a project like this with local talent. So look forward to seeing it again, and hopefully it gets out of the ground sooner than later.
Great, thank you very much.
Any particular questions that you have, Don or rest of your team?
I do not have any.
All right. Mr. Robinson or Robertson?
This is Rob Robinson, and I may not have been on mute thinking I was, but when I was talking about Dawn, but I brought my wife in because, Dawn, you were doing such a good job of the presentation. I wanted her to hear it because she's a designer. I think that what I'd like to pass on to everybody is that we have had a really great experience with the city trying to help us move this project along quickly, and helping us to just conceive of how we would approach it. And part of that's because Tom has been in the city for so long, but this has been so far just a great experience, and the timeline that we're on is very accelerated, but it's the timeline that we really want to try and keep. So thank you all for moving so quickly for us. We really appreciate it. It makes a big difference for a development like this to be able to know that you can move quickly. So thank you.
Mm-hmm. You bet, Rob, and we greatly appreciate the investment in the community. I think Board Member Wagle has an additional comment. Go ahead.
Yeah, I think thanks for your comments there, Rob. I think what key an exceptional project to the table, and when you bring exceptional work to the table, it is very, very, very like this. Look at it and go, oh, that rocks. Let's go. Mm-hmm. And so I just want to point that out. The design team, the myriad of probably other consultants they have, excellent project. So thank you.
All right, thank you, Board Member Wagle, and thanks to the design team. Good luck moving this forward.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thanks very much. I just wanted to, it's Tom Robertson, just thank you again for your service. These are long meetings, and we appreciate your taking the time to take a look at what we have come up with.
Thank you, Tom. Have a good evening. Okay, let's see. I just lost my agenda, so I know what item we're on. We are on to item 8.3. I'll give staff a minute to change over, but I'll go ahead and get us started. Item 8.3 is a concept design review, West Coast self-storage, located at 970 Piner Road, file number DR20-057. And when staff is ready, we will be hearing from City Planner Monet Shikali, and you can tell me if I messed up your name.
You absolutely said it correct. So good evening. I am going to share my PowerPoint presentation.
Just be 1 second, Chair Kincaid.
Okay, now I have access to share it. Sorry about that, we had a technical issue. Okay. Okay, can you see this?
Yes, we can.
Great. So I am going to present the project before you today. As you mentioned, this is a concept design review for West Coast self-storage located at 970 Pioneer Road. The project proposes development of a 3-story, approximately 67,000 square foot self-storage building on a 0.95 acre parcel. The project includes demolition of the existing structure and some site improvements. The number of required parking for this project is 5, and the applicant is providing 8 parking spaces. The height of the building would be approximately 36 feet, and it would be 30 feet at perimeter eaves. This slide shows location of the project site along Pioneer Road on the north side, and as you can see, Russell Creek runs on the south side of the project. I think this is also a closer aerial view of the site that shows the existing site. Project site is zoned light industrial, and it is consistent with the general plan land use, which is light industry. And as you can see, the Pioneer Road is mainly zoned for industrial uses, and there are many auto repair shops and warehouses and manufacturing uses located in this area. We have some residential uses on the south side, but they are separated through the creek, Russell Creek. And the proposed project, personal self-storage use, is permitted by right, and the only entitlement that this project would require is a major design review. Here is the slide that shows proposed site with some landscaping. There will the site plan I have provided here for you shows an emergency access plan that's a hammerhead on the left side of the site. However, the applicant will show you a different site plan. There was a last-minute change to the fire access, and the applicant has proposed a fire access that will go around the building like a loop instead of hammerhead. But the height of the building and the materials of the building will stay the same. Here are some elevation on north and south. And these are other elevations. I know the applicant has another presentation and they will go into the more detail and explain it. I have to mention that I have not received any comments or concerns from the public regarding the proposed project. And with that, it is recommended by Planning and Economic Development Department that the Design Review Board provide comments and directions for the West Coast Self-Storage project. Here is my information. If anyone has a question, can contact me directly. And that was my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Planner Shikali, and it's a pleasure to see your face. So with that, I will, oh, there you are. I will turn it over to the applicant for their presentation. And when you start to speak, if you could introduce yourself and your relationship to the project, that would be extremely helpful and much appreciated. So when the applicant's ready, we'll hear from them.
Hi, this is Steve Tangney with West Coast Self-Storage. Can you hear me?
Yes, welcome, Steve.
Thank you. My office is in Pleasanton, California, and been a self-storage developer for most of my career. And actually, decades ago, did build at least one other project in Santa Rosa. Little background on the property. We purchased this property in October. We also went through a pre-application meeting in October. And I have another PowerPoint. And Monet, is that one that you pull up or is there, I can't?
No, I have your PowerPoint and I'm going to share it right now.
Okay, thank you. This site, 970 Piner Road, is has one 6,000 square foot office building on it, single story, that will be demolished. This is a redevelopment. And that was the former Farm Bureau building. Okay, next slide. And I think we all know where it is. It'll save time. We can move on, next slide. And again, this is the same thing, the property zoomed in. And this was our initial site plan and our initial rendering of the project. However, this assumed the hammerhead turn on this kind of back corner of the property in the far background of this building rendering. And that was ultimately not something we could deliver because it required an easement from the neighbor. This was something that Fire Marshal Hardage had initially suggested as a good solution, excuse me, but that did not work out. So we actually reduced the building size and created the loop around. And if you go to the next slide. So this is the updated project rendering. And in this case, the drive aisle is also leading into that loading bay is also the fire lane, loops around behind the building and comes out on the opposite side of the building, one continuous loop, like where Kugler's Auto Repair is. And the next slide. And this is the other side. Now that, in this case, our building will be set back off the property line by 10 feet, and there is an existing 20-foot wide, so 10 feet on each side, reciprocal access easement with us and Kugler's Auto Repair property. So that's already existing and we'll be up to the edge of that easement, again, 10 feet off of our property line. And I have met with and showed our project to the property owners on both sides, Kugler's Auto Repair and the other brown building that says Smog Shop. And I believe we're all in agreement that this fits for everybody concerned. On the line with us today, I have my architect, Robin Murphy, and also civil engineer with Summit Engineering, Monica. And And if there's questions for Civil, she'll be able to answer those. But I'd like Robin to talk a little bit about the materials and design of the building in more detail. If he's here. If not,
I don't see Robin Murphy on the attendance list, but I see something called Surface Duo. So if that's sort of a nickname, if you can let us know.
Well, I'll just keep going here. The materials of the building are commonly, and we have a chain up and down the West Coast from Seattle to San Diego, and have won several awards for some of our designs, and we're pretty proud of some of our materials and designs. It's a very efficient building for us. So this would typically be either an aluminum clad siding or hardy panel, some very solid flat material surrounding the windows. That's the blue areas in the front of the building. Likewise, the gray area of the building where the sign is located. That's kind of the front curb appeal. In this case also, just for reference, the landscaping shown is true to the landscape plan that we have created. Then as you go down the sides of the building, the first floor is masonry block, gives it durability. You know, it can be bumped, that kind of thing. We like that. And then on the upper floors, starting at about the blue stripe going up, is typically an architectural metal siding on a metal frame wall. And that siding can be a variety of different types. That Robin was going to talk to that. And then Monet, if you could go back one slide, please. That's the other way. So again, looking back here at the front of the building, there will be a manager's office on this leading corner surrounded with the glass on it at the first floor. And that shows 4 customer parking stalls in the front, and there'll be 4 more in the loading bay. And the manager's office is about 800 square feet in that corner. It's very standard elements of self-storage. You know, we will have a security gate shown at that leading edge of the black wrought iron fencing, partway back near the loading bay. We wanted to keep our gate set back quite a ways from the street because the owner of the Smog Center building, the brown building to the east, was concerned that there'd be enough circulation for his vehicles, for that tenant in that building to get in and out of the smog shop. And so we just didn't want to create a bottleneck there, a turning radius problem. And so we moved our gate back near the loading bay and gives more kind of a double wide driveway for that, where the smog shop is located. Any questions at this point? If not, we'll move through the rest of the site plan and PowerPoint here. This was the original site plan, and I apologize for bouncing back and forth, but you can see the hammerhead turn here. And I met personally with the owner of the auto repair shop, and he just felt that was something that would impair his day-to-day operations too much. If you go to the next slide. This was the original floor plan, and again shows the hammerhead turn. Again, we'll skip this, move on. And this becomes the actual updated site plan. The building is a little smaller, so we lost some square footage, but it's the right thing to do to get the circulation for fire all on our property. And the loading bay is partway down the building there, and the 3rd floor spans across, so you see it as a solid roof in this picture. Again, civil, well, you did a preliminary design that will modify some to accommodate our new plan. And next slide. And this is the more detailed plan. To maintain security on the property, we'll have a fire gate in the back of the property. I discussed this with Fire Marshal Hardage, and that works. Both gates will be, of course, have fire department controls on them. The building will be 30 feet in height maximum on the sides, and everywhere except the front where we show a decorative parapet, it'll be a little more than 30 feet. And we've been in discussions with Fire Marshal Hardage about that. The idea is that we get away from the 26-foot wide fire lane requirements and apparatus area. Next slide.
May I interrupt for 1 second on that slide?
Sure.
Please. Because we don't have this. Am I correct in that? We don't have this modified site plan?
We do. It's on the updated as like yesterday's date or something.
Oh, is it? I guess I missed it.
It's at the very bottom.
Trying to see it in here. Okay, great. Thank you.
Yeah, next slide. So again, it's back one. 3-story climate controlled. We'll have a usual coated entry gate, wrought iron. There'll be 2 elevators at the recessed in the covered loading bay. There'll be the manager's office and sales area. And I actually need to strike that last comment after talking with the public art coordinator, Tara. And in the industrial district for industrial uses, public art is not required. We were initially informed that it was, but it is not. We show 8 parking stalls, as Monet mentioned, and will be a 30-foot height, flat roof, and the building in its new smaller configuration is not 66,000, but rather 62,500. And that's kind of the, and there'll be 2 full-time employees, typical office hours 9 to 5, gate hours for existing tenants or longer at 7 a.m. to 8 p.m. With an extensive security system, which is common now to self-storage, certainly for our company. Lots of cameras, lots of recorders. You really can't be anywhere on the property without being on candid camera. With that, these are the initial elevations. They were part of Monet's, and the last slide are those same elevations that you have already seen. And with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you for the presentation, Mr. Tagney. Very thorough and informative. I think we'll take questions and comments all in one shot. So let's see, let's start with Board Member Cordenbrock.
Sure. Thank you for the presentation and bringing this forward. I don't have many comments. The only I guess comment that I do have is in the renderings. You talked about the material change, which looks like CMU at the bottom, and then it's a metal kind of panel system above the kind of blue ribbon. And in the renderings, it almost looks like a earth tone beige. And so I was wondering, looking at the renderings versus like your elevations and everything, I guess I'm a little bit more in favor of if the CMU is going to kind of be a grayish textural, basically change from the metal paneling, or if you're actually looking at maybe doing a beige or an earth tone CMU.
If Robin's still not on, the intent was a blend of some beige and gray and blue, and exactly the tones and the combinations of what went where, other than what you see on the front along Pioneer Road.
Sure.
Certainly we're a little bit flexible on, and
right. Okay. Yeah, it's just in like the Revit model axons and views and such, and as well as the elevations, the gray just continues all the way down to the ground, but in a CMU or a block, I guess, form. And I really like that compared to kind of the beige around the base in the renderings, just in terms of simplifying the color scheme, but giving a textural change at that base. So
right. The next three buildings to the east, the Smog Center buildings, they're all twins of each other. Similar footprint, really, kind of roughly anyway, 2 hours. They're all beige. So I was part of the incentive to start with a little bit of tie to the neighborhood. I am told that Robin is actually here. I guess he just needs to be unmuted. He is Surface Duo. If you can help him get unmuted.
Thank you. Surface Duo has been unmuted.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
I love these virtual meetings.
Oh, you do
Surface
too.
Duo is my alias. That's my I apologize for not being able to help you, Steve. I think you did a great job. I don't really know what to add, but I would say that on the question of beige versus gray, it was intentionally gray, with blue being the accent color. The CMU was intentionally supposed to be gray. And I want to really just quickly say about our theory on designing storage facilities. The goal, I mean, they are boxy, massive buildings. And a long time ago, we decided not to make them try to look like something else. You know, not to look like an office building, not to look like an apartment building. And I think there's a mistake that's made where we try to dress them up and put little gable roofs on them and things. And that just confuses the customer, and it's not right architecturally. So this building is intended to be a self-storage facility, and it broadcasts that. And that's done through the architectural, transparency at the street, at the corners, and elsewhere it's opaque.
Sure. No, I think I'm fine with all of that, and the way you kind of treated the corner, and I just like the single kind of accent, color, and then just the material change is enough, I think at the base. But otherwise, no other comments or questions. Thank you.
Great. Thanks, Board Member Cordenbrock. Board Member Weigel, comments, questions?
I think, like I said to our previous applicant, it's a good project, but it is what it is, right? It's a storage facility. It's like a storage facility, but it looks like a nice storage facility. About it. Thanks for bringing this to us. Let's get it built. It's better than what was there. So good job to your team, and thanks for bringing this before us.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Excellent. Board Member Sharon, questions and comments?
Yeah, thank you. And just to confirm with the new, because with the new modified site plan, it's eating the landscape in the back, the creek side of the building, but it's kind of small just for me, and it's just for me. You're preserving the bioswale. I can see there.
Yes.
Stormwater.
Yeah, we used to have a generous, you're right, landscape area in the back, oversized bioswale. Now we're down to kind of just what works for the bioswale.
Yeah.
But it does work. And the discharge point from the property after course filtration and detention, if needed, it will be to the creek.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah. And I that was my first impression of the project when I looked at it. Was a very nicely planted. It looks really great, and the front still really it continues that. And then on the creek side, I thought that was a very nice nod to the paved trail back there, that you were making the rear of house look very lovely. But fire gets involved. That's what you do. Yeah, no, I just wanted to see that the drainage was still being incorporated into there. And then it's 50, is it a little over 50 feet step back from the top of bank?
It is. There's a recorded setback on our lot.
Yep.
That is 50 feet, and
Great.
we're right there.
Okay, cool. Yeah, I'm on the Waterways Advisory Committee as well, and so this will probably be coming to us at some point, and so would want to see that as well. But it all looks like it checks out, and yeah, and as far as the building goes, very nice. Yeah, very nicely done. Very tastefully done, and yeah, I think that it's just nice to hear you say that you are making your storage facilities, look unique, and you're not putting the gable roofs on if you're going to Disneyfy it. I'd want to see this, full Bavarian style or English Tudor. I'd only accept those two. But this looks is great, and I think it's going to add to Piner Road. So thanks very much.
Thank you.
Great. Board Member Wicks, questions and comments?
Yeah. Like Drew said, I could just easily say, love it, get it built. But I've got one little nit, and I think it actually might help simplify, because it is what it is. And this is when I really wish we were back in the chamber, because I can get out my laser right now and just point to the parapet that's, well, let me see if I can describe it. Behind the blue block element, yeah, there's, and maybe it's a remnant from when the building was pushed up against the property line. There's this wall that just kind of ends. And I believe you probably did it to hide the pitch and make it look less like a building. But I think it's okay. I think it's okay to remove that portion of the wall and treat it like you did on the looking southeast. You could flip to the southeast. Yeah, you went ahead and let the roof line go ahead and be exposed.
Yeah.
I agree. I mean, I think you're right. It is a remnant of a previous layout that it doesn't necessarily help, and it detracts from the corner elements, which are hierarchically should be, that should be where your eye goes. All that does is cause some confusion. And I think initially it probably was to hide the pitch of the roof. Yeah, 100% agree with you.
Yeah, I think it's fine to go ahead and let it be a little bit of what it is, and it is a metal building, and I think people who are driving by, their eyes going to go to what you've done with the nice element in the front, that nice block element, and right. Not going to look past that. And I think it would save a couple of bucks and look better. Yeah, unless you'd have to wrap it around like you did in this. Again, I can't. I'm pointing to it with my mouse on my screen that nobody can see. You get my point. And
yeah.
Project. Can't wait to see it built. Fun.
Great.
Thank you, Board Member Wicks. Vice Chair Hedgepeth.
Yeah, I had the exact same comment as Henry. What's interesting about the rendering we're seeing now, there's a roll-up door on the next building that looks like the parapet's returning. It's exactly positioned where there's a brown return. And whether it's just sloping it or returning with a parapet, I agree with Henry. It can be a vestige removed. I really enjoy what the architect and the team is doing here with Honest Buildings. I don't want to get picky about the sign, but I triumph over. You had a placeholder that was a big tabulate. It was kind of a stick-on. Now you've got the letters that are letting the mass all be in place. So where it says self-storage in the yellow underneath it, it would be lovely if that was powder-coated steel or metal where it glowed from behind, rather than we've had a spate of many signs that were done where it's plexiglass tinted blue and it glows from the inside. But the permanence of this building, it would just be wonderful if whether that was a CNC little embulette, whatever you have in the front of it, seashell, but I'm just hoping those are deep letters. They either glow from behind or maybe they have the, you know what the B&K lighting does, the little guys that stick out and hit it. But I just love the idea that those are stable, solid 200-year letters.
Okay.
That's it. You're great.
All right, I guess it's my turn. Again, I'd echo that it's a job well done. I think it's going to fit into the surrounding very well. The only couple of comments I would make is recognizing that you just lost pretty substantial square footage due to the fire turnaround situation. I would just say if there are any extra dollars, continue the nod to the creek in the back. I hope people actually utilize the trail back there. And, I think you could enhance that portion of that section of it with some more landscaping back there if the dollar survives the day. And the only other just kind of odd comment that I would make, and I think I'm seeing it correctly, is that all the vertical elements that kind of break up the mass going back on the sides are downspouts, correct?
Yeah, yes, they are. They're not intended to be trim color. They're intended to be the color of the siding, to be very subtle. I'm not sure where your comment was going, but that was the intention.
Yeah, I kind of I look at it could be successful either way. I think it does add kind of a rhythmic nature. My comment was going to be more along the lines of use it as a detail and making it a rhythmic nature, and don't let the contractor go and stuff those wherever they kind of see fit out of place. So I think it again it's a self-storage building, so we don't need to over enhance every side of the building, but in a weird way, it kind of does add some breakup of a monotonous, panel look. So, I would recommend you leave it and have it rhythmic. And if it offsets the color a little bit, then maybe that's okay. But overall, great project. Again, really like the landscaping palette and the amount of landscaping out front there. It's going to enhance the corridor there compared to what's currently in place. And look forward to seeing it get built.
Thank you.
Great. Appreciate it. We'll move forward, make these corrections, adjustments, and resubmit the formal submittal and see you again.
Super. We look forward to it and appreciate your investment here in Santa Rosa.
Thank you.
Okay. Well, I think that brings us to the end of our agenda. As always, got to thank everyone for their time, energy, and effort in taking another long meeting in. And thanks to staff for making it go off seamlessly. I hope everyone has, I thought you were raising your hand, Drew, but just a thumbs up. All right. So with that, we will adjourn and see you at the next meeting. Good night.